was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care for that.
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you hide. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.
Fair use. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get another video check here.
You know how the false prophet said, have you ever been swallowed?
Here we go. Peace and Black Power, family. Nah, I'm playing with y'all. We got some things to get into. That was a weird song they had me start off with. That was a weird, like, I didn't even ask for that. They gave me some different type of background music. They gave me some different type of background music, man. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to play that in the background. I don't know. That's not my songs. That's not my music. Not my music. Not my music. But anyway, we'll get into the news cycle later with Elon Musk, Ashley St. Clair, yada, yada, yada. These are some interesting folks. Oh, let me put the, let me have this right here. Yeah, let me put it on this tweet. Yes, sir. Wait, hold on. There we go. Let me, nah, we're going to leave it alone. Put it on Nuclear Caudillo's tweet from last year in July. I remember this tweet. Let me keep this up. Well, I bring up the video that I want to bring up. Because I find this stuff, I find that tweet very interesting. But let me let's see something here. Let's see something. Let me bring up my saved. Let's bring this up right here. Here we go. Should I bring up this video? That video? Oh, man. I like this video right here. This is hilarious. This video right here is hilarious. Hold on for a sec. Let's bring up this video right here.
I really getting paid right now. Virgin, I don't understand them people. And Mr. Virgin, everybody out there know about love, true? Yeah, and if you love your significant other, you're going to try and please them in a certain way. My girl, she said she buy a matching up shirt for me and her.
Why should she choose to buy 2 woman blouse for your man at
Come on, I'll violate your ass. You understand now we're it too. That's what I said, tell me, brother.
I cannot involve in the other individual dressing code.
No, but I'm here to go like a bitch.
Yeah, that guy at the end, I forgot what his name is. This dude is hilarious. This dude is like just straight hilarious. I saw him and then this dude in the beginning. Hold on. Yeah, these guys are like internet legends. These dudes got the funniest clips. Just in these are like the funniest Jamaicans on the internet, bar none. These are one of the funniest dudes on the internet, really, in period. But yeah, these are the funniest Jamaicans on the internet right now. But let me see if I can bring up the article before I go straight into. I'll do a little bit of a preview, you know, give you a little something. But Doug MPA said it best. He saw this coming a mile away. There was a specific article that came out via the New York Post last week. So this was right after it was revealed that Elon Musk and Ashley Clare had a kid together, allegedly, right? Then I see another article, like it's like 2 days past of the slander happens. Then I see another article via Ashley St. Clair. I feel attacked. I was like, up, here we go. As soon as I saw that, I was like, here we go. I felt attacked by the slander. She said, I didn't feel protected. I was like, oh, here we go. We already know this playbook. I don't feel protected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for full custody to protect my child, but I still want you to pay. It's the same playbook. And then lo and behold, these past another couple of days passed, and then we got this article today. Elon Musk being sued by Ashley St. Clair for sole custody of the baby. Now, later on, we will go through this article, but there's something that maybe I'm confused about, but I will get into later because there's a specific question I want to ask, because there is a certain anandum that I saw where Ashley St. Clair it's basically a paternity suit initiated by Ashley St. Clair, but in that paternity suit, it's still a gateway into sole custody of the kid. And I have questions about that, and I'm trying to connect the dots on it. I might be ignorant to it, but there's certain things to that I'm connecting the dots to, and I don't like the precedent that it might set in the future, but we will talk about that at a later time. But yeah, what's up? I see Doug MPA in the chat. I see Pyro. You know what I'm saying? Pyro hooked me up with that video. Some of the funny, man, Jamaicans, man. Like I always say, Jamaicans, the Irish and the Scottish. These are the funniest people in terms of when it comes to speaking the English language, man. These are the funniest people, bar none. I don't know if I can find that Roy Keane video. Let me see if I can find that Roy Keane video. This is a former Irish footballer that used to play for Manchester United. Let me see if I can find that video, man. Let me see if I can find it. I didn't save it, but I'm going to have to, since I got time. No context. Roy Keane. Let me see. Oh, jeez. Try to type in something simple. Nothing happens. There we go. I hope I can. I really hope I can find it because I just saw it this morning, and man, Roy Keane was really a no nonsense type of footballer. Man, he really was no nonsense. And people like to talk about the good old days, and sometimes I scoff at that. But he was really a man's man in terms of he really practiced what he preached. He didn't have no commercial deals. He didn't have no fancy haircut, no fancy cleats, none of that. Like he was just the captain of one of the biggest clubs in the world. He was just the captain of one of the biggest clubs in the world, and just shaved his head, put on his Diodora cleats, and just got on with it. That's really what he was, man. He really was that guy. So that I gotta give him credit for that. I have to. Even though I don't agree with a lot of what he says, I have to give him credit for that. I don't think I'll be able to find that video. But Roy Keane, that was he was a what you call a proper footballer, as they would say. Anyways, we'll get back on subject. We'll get back on subject. I wanted to show you some videos that I saw that tickled me a little bit. I wanted to bring up which video was it? It was the single mom video that I wanted to bring up. And I did a video on it this week, but I wanted to bring this up since we're going to be talking about single moms and Ashley St. Clair, et cetera, et cetera. Let's bring this video up. So right here, we're going to have a single mom complaining about being a single mom. So I already did this video this week, but I just want you to hear it from her.
Like the hardest part about dating as a single mom is that I have kids and I don't want no more. And then I also don't want to date a baby dad. A lot of these guys without kids want to have a kid. You see what the problem is? Am I really going to sacrifice my body, my time, my everything again for another man to satisfy his needs again? You really have to be worthy of me for that, because I already fucked up once and I gave someone that isn't. I share kids with somebody already. I don't want no more kids. I'm so happy with my kids. I really just have to fucking be head over heels in love with you for me to want to have your fucking kids. They don't have kids and they would like to have a kid of their own. I'm just like, well, fuck. Like, should I continue to talk to you or not? Because I don't know if I'm gonna get there. I just don't know if I'm gonna get there. I'm sorry. Don't come for me about like you're a baby mama and you don't want to date a baby daddy. Like, who cares? There's people that don't have kids that don't want to date anybody with kids. There's people that want to date with people with kids that are comfortable with that. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I just personally don't want to date somebody with kids. Like, my bad. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, if it happens, it happens. That's fine. But I really don't fucking want to. You know what I mean? If you don't understand, don't. Just don't. And then also, I don't know if I want you to meet my kid. So, like, how serious can this get? I feel like the hardest part of.
So, bottom line, she wants, she's a single mom, but she wants to find a man with no kids, right? And then not only can he have no kids, she wants no more kids. This is the stuff that you usually see on those pop the balloon shows, right? Where you just literally have a line of single moms that do need help, but they're saying they're looking for a man, but they want a man with no kids, but he can't want kids of his own. And The point that I made in the video, if you me reacting to this video, is this is why the kids growing up today that grew up in these environments are messed up in the head, because the only type of man that will accept a position like that is not, it's probably not a man that's gonna be, the kids are not gonna be safe around that man. Because at least back in the day, if a man would take on a single mom, or even in the 2000s, right? Women would automatically know, okay, I am a single mom, he's taking me on. I do gotta give him at least one or two kids, right? But to now, you're just gonna completely shut that off, where he can't have kids of his own, but you want him to take care of your kids, and he can't have kids of his own already. So you basically have him go against his whole biology to procreate and multiply, to take care of kids that are not his. And I'm talking about, and he can't have kids. This, and when I saw this, I was like, I hope this bitch doesn't have no. And this might sound crazy to the mother. I'm like, I hope she don't got no. I'm like, I hope she don't got no middle, like. I'm like, I hope she don't got no daughters, because then now what ends up happening with situations like that, once the daughter gets a certain age, biology is gonna kick in, and she might start going after dude, or he might go after her just off of pure biology. Now people gonna be like, Chris, why would you even say something like this? I'm like, homie, look at the statistics. It makes sense. Now I see, you see, now you got these things where they show you the statistics about single moms, the amount of SA that happens, or abuse, whether it be physically, sexually, mentally, but you're dealing with a man that's not really a man, or a man that is going against his biology. He's going to take out his frustrations on the kid, whether it be physically, meaning like beating up the sons that are not his, right? Beating up the daughters that are not his, or mentally. Say, for example, because a woman like this, she says she has all these high standards, right? But what's going to happen to her is she's going to get broke. She's going to be desperate, and she's just going to accept the only man that is willing to take on that situation, and she's not going to have no questions about his background, where he comes from, and blah blah blah. She's just going to accept the help because he has a little bit of money. He works at some kind of trucking company that don't really do no real background research, right? And he's going to have some money, and she's going to have him around her kids. And now we have a whole generation of kids that have been purposely separated from their biological father, whether through babysitters, through other family members, through the stepfathers or their stepfather's family members, which is not related to them, right? So you've done everything to keep your kids away from the actual biological father. Now you got all these. Now people don't understand what. Damn, you'll hear girls saying, man, I used to have a boyfriend, and he said that something happened to him when in his babysitter when he was 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Dude was raised by a single mom, or was in a situation where the mom was always out of the house, so they always had to have a babysitter. You have all these girls now, they want to be OnlyFans stars at 14 years old. Then you do the background research on them. They got touched when they was 8. And you're like, okay, where are these? How is this happening? You look at the statistics again. 80% of inmates in jail raised by a single mom, right? Most runaways come from single moms. And that runaway situation, that runaway situation, most times is because there's an abusive, like, parent involved, mostly the stepfather, right? So this is what I know personally, right? Um, and for some reason, people can't put two and two together, right? Now, in that percentage of the 80% of, right, the 80% of inmates, right, that are in jail raised by single moms, correct? So, of that percentage, I'm pretty sure most of those men in that percentage, they were most likely SA'd when they were younger. If you just going just off the pure stats, they were mostly SA'd because of a lack of parental supervision. I obviously didn't save this video, but I remember seeing a video where they asked one of these child predators, and they don't like to show it. They don't really report. They're not gonna post it on the main news. I remember seeing it. It said the guy, they asked the child predator, "Oh, what kind of people do you target?" And then he said, basically, in short, he said, "I target the kids that where I don't have to really worry about the father." So he'd even say single moms, he or uh kids without a father. He's just saying, I'm just gonna target somebody that I know there's not gonna be no father involved, because it's easy prey. Predators usually target people that they don't think where, oh, nobody's gonna really care, right? These are the people that they usually target, the ones with no male figure to protect that person. This is why I even, I've made the claim on this channel where I'm pretty sure when it comes to these kind of things, when it comes to abuse and blah blah blah, when it comes from the men, is I venture to believe, I think most of it comes from the mom side of the family, because a lot of the times the dad side of the family is usually estranged for whatever reason. It's usually estranged for whatever reason. So the numbers, just off the numbers, is already going to be small. And then on top of that, a sick-minded individual predator, if he's the brother or the sister of the father, they will think twice to even try to pull it. What they think, because they know if the father finds out, it will be held to pay. I just saw, even before, right before this show, I saw something. I don't know if I could. I don't think I saved it on my Instagram, but I saw something crazy where it was a woman talking about her essay story, and she said she was 12 years old when it happened, and then she said that it was a sleepover at her her sister's house. So she was 12 years old. She has an older sister with a husband, right? Her older sister has a husband. She said she slept in their bed that night that it happened. And I was like, what? So I'm like, so your sister allowed you to come into the marital bed to sleep? Because that means she knew he was doing that, or he must have done, she must have known that he did that before, because there's no, even if there was no risk, this most women I know, or yeah, most women in general, are not going to allow their sister, no matter how young the sister is, to sleep in the marital bed. I'm talking about in the marital bed, meaning if the husband is already in the marital bed, nobody else is invited. It's their marital bed. You got to sleep somewhere else, or the sister will sleep in a separate bed with the sister somewhere else. So when I saw that, I was like, what? So usually I'm always hearing these stories, and it's always happening on the woman's side of the family where the sister is, or the woman is allowing the brother or the sister to do something. And I'm really looking at it. I'm like, this is crazy. This is wild work, you know. But nobody really wants to fix that problem. Nobody actually cares about the long-term damages of this, because nobody really wants to fix the problem. What we like to do is what the normies like to do is they like to watch, you know, Fresh and Fit, or what's it, whatever podcast, and oh, he owned this OnlyFans model. And but we need to really dive into why they became OnlyFans models. And if we actually start diving into that, nobody's gonna like what actually led them to that moment. And then we'd be like, okay, so if we could stop this nonsense from happening, what are steps that we can take to actually protect kids from going through that kind of trauma? And then that's when family is going to be brought up. And this is when people's feelings are going to start getting hurt. And then the conversation basically ends there. Yeah. Like right here. Like, okay, yeah. Because I wish I can pull up that the caption of that story. Yeah, Young Doe can say he's, yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah, like, homie, even so right here, let me read your full comment. He said, yeah, I disagree. I could see maybe the age of 5 or 6 or below. Maybe there's a thunderstorm. And even then, I'm trying to make a situation where it would make sense. But at the age of 12, not exactly. That's like, she said the age. I'm like, at 12? And you think it's safe to go in the marital bed? Nah, the boundaries, like no matter how safe it is, dog. Nah, man. Nah, man. Like I get, like, you know, because you know when you're when you're black, right? You always are in a situation where you always sharing beds with your brothers, your sisters, whatever. When you're a younger kid, and obviously that's different. But I'm talking about a situation where, like, say you're a husband and you have a wife, right? And say your wife has a sister that's 12, even I'll say even 10, and she's afraid of something, she needs help. I'm thinking in my normal brain, okay, my wife is going to go to her, right? My wife is going to go to her and help her out with that. The answer cannot be she's sleeping in the same bed as the husband and the wife. No. That is not the answer. Absolutely not. I wish I could find. I don't know if I saved it. Did I save? Because I don't even save stories like that because it's just too weird. But when I saw it, I was like, what? But these lapses of judgment, that because even men wouldn't be okay with that. So a man that's okay with that is suspect. You know what I mean? So that's why in that situation, I believe in that situation that she described, I'm like, look, I know that man is a monster for doing what he did to you, right? And there was people in the comments saying that too. I'm talking about women in the comments saying that too. They're saying, look, that means your sister was allowing this nonsense to happen as well. That means she's not the first victim of this. You know what I mean? This is something that you would hear about, something happened to, like, in a girl in foster care or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? That the scenario that she described. But You know, this is unfortunately the things that somebody irresponsible, they'll just overlook something like that. And I'll say this, let me say this. Let me bring it back to the single mom that did this video right here. Right? She will, believe it or not, she has all these standards here, but unfortunately women like her will overlook SA. If if she's in a very desperate situation, she will overlook SA to her own kids. Believe it or not, we've seen too many videos of this. we've seen young kids post videos online where they'd be like, yo, your boyfriend, or they'll be like, hey mom, your boyfriend or your whatever. They won't even call them their dad. They'll say the guy's name. They'll be like, Robert did this to me while I was sleeping. He went into my room again, and then they'll videotape recorded. They'll video the mom's reaction, and then the mom will just act like the kid didn't say nothing. There's been way too many videos I've seen of that, and you're just like, you think you're watching some kind of Tyler Perry horror film or something, but no, this is real life. And these are the things that single moms will allow. So don't be, when you see videos like I just show you with the single moms and talking about standards and this and whatnot, don't even take nothing at don't think nothing of it. And then on top of that, the kind of man that she's asking for in the video that I just showed, she's inviting trouble to her family by what she's doing. She really is, because there's not, most men that are normal are not taking that deal. You have to be like an abnormal type of dude to even take on a deal like that. And even if a man that thinks they could take on a deal like that, that man ends up being in trouble later on down the line. Yeah, but I'd even save that video on my Instagram. I'm like, I don't think that's good for my mental health to save a video like this, because I saw the caption. I was like, oh Lord, I don't think this is for me. I was like, I don't want this on my algorithm. I want no parts of that. Anyway. Anywho, let's see if I can let me bring this up right now. Let me brighten up the mood. Let me brighten up the mood. Let me brighten up the mood. Because I know I started off dark. But once we go into the Elon Musk and Ashley St. Clair situation, is gonna get even deeper. I'm gonna dive even deeper into this once we start going in with the Elon Musk Ashley St. Clair situation. We're gonna dive in really deep. But let's brighten the mood. Let's brighten the mood. I want to show you. Let me show you Pookie real quick. Pookie Chronicles. Let me show you Pookie real quick. Let me show you some Pookie Chronicles. Oh shoot, wrong tab. Usually I don't show those pop the balloon shows from all these different, content creators. There's a whole lot of content creators that basically do a pop the balloon type, format. But this is funny, man. Let me show you Pookie. Let me zoom in. Pause. Let me show you Pookie at work here. Because people don't understand what's going on in the game.
Yeah, but it wasn't good though.
Oh,
What are you talking about? If we want to talk about it, I mean, I like half the line. If we want to be honest, like if the cat's out the bag, like you want me to rate. All right, ready? was like an 8, this one like a 10. Her probably like a 6. Her like a 4. And I ain't even gonna name nobody else because I ain't gonna put nobody else out there. So that's it. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. That's it. I'm sorry, but I didn't want to do that. I didn't want. If nobody would have said nothing, I wouldn't have said nothing. I told you I didn't want to do this. I told y'all. So I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I didn't. I came up here to just do some content. Want to run their mouth for no reason. We good. Yeah, but
So Pookie here started exposing all the hoes. He probably messed with more. He said half. He probably messed with more than half of the women in the line. And oh yeah. Actually, before I even go into that, let me hit Young Doka's comment right here. Young Doka said, and guys listening, this goes for single moms of all races. They all will turn a blind eye and watch silently as the daughters go through it. Yeah, this is true. That's the dark reality of it. That's really the dark reality of it, but people gonna act like I'm wrong for pointing this out. But I'm saying, hey man, let's get past the going on Fresh and Fit. Yeah, this stuff is funny, sometimes, watching the whatever podcast, OnlyFans model doing blah, 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 trolling, Nala Ray doing what she doing. But if we really wanted to fix the problem, it would involve uncovering some dark things and solving it, which I'll say this, all these conservatives you see go on these shows, none of them want to actually solve it. None of them. Absolutely none of them. How many conservatives you think gonna go in it like I just did it right here? And I don't even care about these hoes. I could literally care less. Like Orlando Brown said, I could give a ish less. But they're not gonna do that. They're gonna go on there and virtue signal. The women are the conservative women that be fronting. They're gonna go on there and virtue signal, right? They just gonna go on there, virtue signal. It is what it is. But anyway, back to the fun stuff. This guy, he felt like them girls on this show, on this podcast, was talking too much ish on the line, and he just goes and lets it out the bag. Hey, I have already messed with half of the girls in this line, and he started rating them their coochie game 0 out of 10. And yeah, Young Doka, you're right. He said they mad hurt. He said, but the one that got a 10 rating, I know is going to slide back with him at the end of the show. Yeah, exactly. You saw some of them. They came back into the line after he rated one of them at 8, and then he rated one a 10. They came back in the line because they were happy they got complimented, right? But usually that's why I always say a lot of these shows, what people don't understand, it's word of mouth. So certain people I've done shows with, they've already, like, it'll be like a dude having a girl on the show, right? But just to let you know, they already smashed. So that's why they're on the show. That's how TV works, but that's also how the internet works. That's how these Twitch dating shows work. Same difference. You know what I mean? So this is all pure nonsense, and it's just for show.
It wasn't good though.
Oh, not if you did it.
So one of those girls was acting out, and then he let the cat out the bag. He said, "But yo, Punani was on 0." Right? So he started letting the cat out the bag. Now, usually women don't really get told that they coochie ain't nothing until they get a little bit older. And usually once they start hearing that, one or two too many times, that's when they start trying to settle down.
About. If we want to talk about it, I mean, I like half the line. If we want to be honest, like.
And yes, it's usually guys that look like this that be cracking most of y'all broads. Even those, even the conservative broads. Yes, including the Caucasian conservative broads. They be messing with dudes like this, especially nowadays. Especially nowadays. Especially nowadays. They be letting dudes like this crack, especially like when they in college. I'll say mostly in high school though. They be letting dudes like this crack. Mind you, he doesn't look like to me from my vantage point, he doesn't even look like he's 6 feet tall. He just looks like a regular height dude, 5'10", 5'9", but he's light skinned. He probably has a different colored eyes, and he has braids, light skin, and he got the tattoos that makes him really give him the Pookie look. Really gives him that, that thug look, that Pookie look. So he's gonna be able to crack a lot of. He's gonna be able to crack.
If the cat's out the bag, like, you want me to rate? All right, ready? Her was like an 8, like a.
So he said this one was an 8 out of 10.
This one like a 10.
So she was happy. I saw her at the end of it, and she was sitting there smiling with her friend, cheesing.
Probably like a.
So they all went from, oh no, he's exposing me, to, oh, that I'm not bad. So it it went from embarrassment to an ego boost in a split second.
6. Her.
So the girl walking off, it was a 6.
Like a 4. And I ain't even gonna name nobody else because I ain't gonna put nobody else out there. So
yes, it be dudes like this cracking y'all broads. Yes. Mind you, he's probably unemployed. Work at he probably gets a couple of jobs here and there. Probably work at FedEx here and there, Amazon here and there. And he's probably shacking up with some fat bitch on the low, having a fat bitch pay for his life on the low, right? Let's see.
That's it. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. That's it.
And he was probably mad the whole time because it was he goes in the line, and it was bitches popping the balloon. Meanwhile, he already cracked, and it was probably trying to diss him and do all this nonsense. And that's why I would never go on a show like that, because it's just unhealthy people's chance to start dissing people of the opposite gender that they don't really know, when the actuality of the situation is in a different setting, different things would have happened. Right. It's let me press play. Yeah, so I'm looking at this comment. They said she happy she heard a 10. Somebody said, I'm embarrassed for us. He had like 5 of them. Yep. He says the fact y'all there and know y'all let him smash is crazy. Yeah. This is what it really is. Somebody said they love this ish. They do. All that stuff they be doing on camera, they be fronting, man. That's why I don't even really post a whole lot of pop the balloon stuff, because I already know most of it is for show. Hell, all you got. Let me give y'all a life hack real quick, and I probably shouldn't be saying this. If you, let me see, because there's only I only see a couple people in the on the viewership. Okay, so I can say this then. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of a heads up. A lot of these bitches that you be seeing on these shows, there are certain underground websites that post ads. I don't want to say the names. Y'all already know what I'm talking about. And they'll be like, we're looking for this. And they'll say, we're looking for females ages blah, blah, blah to whatever. We need you to come on the show. We'll pay you $50 for the day to show up on the show or something like that. You can make, they'll say on the ad, you can make up whatever story you want. I don't want to y'all know those ads, those we'll call it clist.com, right? Those kind of ads. That's where they be getting a lot of these hoes from. And they'll answer the call, or a guy will answer the call, and then they will hire certain girls to go on those shows, right? So it's all nonsense. It's not really something to be taken seriously, especially when you're talking about those hood shows. You could not pay me to go on those shows. Enough. Absolute nonsense. Young Doga said, I don't mess with girls that clap in front of your face. That's a no-go. Yeah. But Pookies will pull up with that. Yes. So Young Doga said, yeah, so basically slave wage paid actors for content. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll pay them they'll literally pay them like $30-$40. I've been behind the scenes in spots like that. They'll pay them like 30, not even a lot of them, they'll do it for free. Believe it or not. But yeah, they'll get like on especially shows like that, Pop the Balloon or all these whatever, they'd be like, okay, we'll pay you like $30-$40 to show up on the show. You don't have to say the truth. You can do what you want. And that's why he ended up, this guy, the Pookie, ended up exposing him. He's like, hey, hold on, I already cracked. Lower your voice. I know the backside of the internet. And plus, dude, somebody set me up with a gig in terms of instrument playing wise. Set me up with like a $300 or $400 gig in New York City. Real gig for Christmas 2 years ago. So this is like this, and I ended up, let me see if I can get more stuff like that. That's sometimes how I used to get by. Go on there, catch a quick. We're looking for a piano player. 2 to 3 hours for dollars. Okay, I'll do it. But you see other ads too on there too. On the talent tab, right? Never mind. I'm saying too much now. Oh man. Pyro says, bro, they would get my backhand if it was up to me. He said, and I wish a ninja would jump in so I can make him an example. Oh yeah, but those spots, they be having security though. They be having security. And there's always some dusty. Like people think they're doing these kind of shows in the studio. No, they're not. They find a place. I just performed at a place like that. It's not a dusty spot though, but they just find one of the you rent out one of these spots, and then you get a all white out overlay, and it'll cover about a quarter of the room. And that's where people do their all white shows, where you see that all white background and all that. It's nothing fancy. Trust me. It's just you find a space that you can rent out, and then that's where they do it. Like I did a performance at a place about 2 months ago, and it's not a ringity dinky spot, but it's like the setup was the place used to be a bank. It used to be a bank, but now they use that thing to do like video shoots for people that want to all white out shoot. So it's like a quarter of the spot is just all white. It's a whole all white thing, and then everything else is just grovel on the floor, basically. And then you'll have a couple of seats for people that want to see. if you want to get an audience, and then they'll put a couple of chairs there. It's not no fancy type things. This is not no fancy get up, no professional, not really. Not really. That's how these things are set up, man. That's why I don't even really cover those pop the balloon shows, because a lot of them, they be capping. Even the men on there, when they talk about, oh, your job, your income, a lot of those dudes be capping too on there. A lot of them. Was it that plumber guy? Was it they called him capping, but he's not the only one. That's how these shows go. That's why I don't really do those kind of shows on my platform. Let's see. Oh, let me also cover this woman here. Hold on for a sec. So let me show y'all something. Do any of you guys follow Chisa in the chat? Chisa Zed. I hope I'm saying his name right. Chisha Zed, right? Do any of you guys? I'm not subscribed, but I watch a lot of his videos, right? So he had just recently dropped a video featuring a specific woman. Because I just watched it the other night, coming from a gig. Hold on for a sec. Let me see if I can find the video, because he puts out a lot of content. Yeah, this one. He said this teacher got exposed. This video.
I got shamed by a group of my.
So this woman here, I had this woman saved in my bookmarks. I'm talking bookmark page in Instagram for like 2 months. I think about 2 months now. And I was like, I gotta do a video on her, but I never got to it. So just to let you know, this is my bookmarks page I'm showing. I got a whole lot of videos. So you got to scroll down until you see this broad. I have like so many videos of her. Let me see if I can scroll down if I can see another video. Because I'm just trying to prove to you that I had this woman saved on my bookmarks I'm talking about for a hot minute. Like I'm talking about for like a hot minute now. Yep, right here. This is right here. So this is saved. This is down all the way down here. So yeah, this one right here. So he basically covered one of the videos that this woman did, Kylie Brewer, right? And he showed a specific video about how on Chisha Zed's platform, he showed a video with her where she was saying that because she's a teacher, and she was saying like the 14-year-old boys in her class were slut shaming her. And I was like, huh? But then when I look at her page, when I looked at her page, hold on for a sec. When I looked at her page, it was all male hating content. And I'm like, she's a teacher? Surprise, surprise. Right? So if you take a look at her content, this is a massive red flags, right? You see her bio, feminist, activist, rainbow community plus, right? But there was a video that she had pinned, and I think she unpinned it because people started exposing her. She had dropped a video where she was talking about basically teen boys being disgusting, whatever, and blah blah blah. And the top comment in that video, according to Chisha Zed, was by somebody, and it said, "I hate teen boys," right? I hate teen boys. That was the top comment in that thread. And she liked the comment, right? Now, the interesting part of it is she ended up removing her like. She ended up removing the like. Now, I remember when this video came out, I had saved it. When this specific video came out, I saved it. And I'm telling you, she did like that comment. She removed that like. She removed it. But the comment specifically said, I hate teen boys. Now, here you have this woman who teaches teenage boys saying she hates them, and she's getting away with it. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Let's open this up in a new tab, though. I might have to do that. So this is the video via Shisha Zed, and Shisha Zed was so shocked on how she liked the comment and how basically he was just coming to the realization. He said, we have young female teachers out here that are teaching young boys that absolutely hate them. And what I would say to a guy like a Shisha Zed is, what took you so long? Respectfully, what took you so long? We told you, I've been saying for years. I've heard teachers say this when I was a kid. I've heard teachers say, I hate kids. I'm like, so why are you a teacher? But women just get away with it. And when they say I hate kids, what they really want to say is I hate young boys. I hate teenage boys, like she would put it. So right here, let's play this video though. Let me play this video. Let me see if I missed anything in the chat. Exactly. That's the point. So Young Doga said a man would have gotten fired for the like, but we all know this. If a male teacher liked a comment on his page that said, I hate teenage girls, or even if he said teenage girls be sluts, right? And he liked it, he would have gotten fired. But these are people are always saying, man, what is it with these new wave of female teachers that hate? And me specifically, I'd be like, damn, people are lost. Because I remember when I was a kid, I could feel the hate. Even when women like female teachers would be like, there'll be a couple of boys being hyper or whatever, and then you'll just hear from the teacher, hey, look at the girls, they're not doing anything wrong, why don't you act like them? They would say this out loud, and I used to be like, you think they ain't doing nothing? You don't think they ain't plotting? And by the way, the girls, when they were younger, they were doing nonsense too. It's just that the female teachers would keep it under wraps. They would try to fix it. First of all, let me give y'all another life hack. You know, when you were younger, because I used to notice this when I was young, but I just didn't care. When you guys were younger, a lot of the times what the female teachers would do is they would send the boys out for extra playtime, right? Especially if she had like a student teacher underneath her, she would use the student to take care of the dirty work. So she'll be like, oh, do you boys want to do something fun? Why don't you guys go outside for extra playtime, for extra recess? And we're boys, we're going to take the extra recess. We're going to like, yay, we're going to recess, right? Meanwhile, she's fixing beef that's happening between some young girls I'm talking about behind closed doors. People don't notice. Because then you'll come back from your playtime and then you'll see some bitches crying. I'm like, what happened? I thought the girls were having their own playtime and we had our own play. No. The female teachers were doing was keeping the beef under wraps, keeping the girls under wraps to make sure they didn't look bad. Keeping whatever nonsense that they were doing from blowing up. That's what they were doing. This happens a lot. I noticed this by accident. So because I don't know, when I was younger, I used to get in trouble literally all the time. So the thing is, when you were in trouble, they put you in timeout. Now, the problem is, especially if they send you to another class for timeout, a lot of the teachers would forget that you was in timeout. So she would think, oh, okay, it's just me and the girls, or it's just me and this, and they will try to fix something, and they'd be forgetting I'm in the corner just watching. They'll just be forgetting that I'm just in the corner just watching all of this. You're just like, oh. or you're seeing certain things happen in the background and you're like, oh, when I used to be in the principal's office, you start hearing how these teachers start talking for real. And you're just like, oh, okay. Yeah. Trust me, people don't know. What Young Doka said, when you said come back and see some bitch crying, that just unlocked the whole memory. The same exact thing. Yeah, people, man, people be forgetting sometimes, man. It's crazy. Because I used to remember, I remember all of this, where you just come back from recess. I'm like, and you'll just see a random girl, they're just crying. You think, like, what you're just, as a boy, you're just asking, what happened? They're not playing sports. They're not playing, they're not playing basketball. They're not playing football. They're not on no swing set. What's going on? Why is she crying? What happened? And you don't even realize the female teacher did a whole intervention behind all of y'all's backs. Or even if the teacher wasn't involved, something happened. One girl spread a rumor about another, and now they're coming into class. Because as a boy, you're just saying, I didn't see nothing physical happen between the girls. Why is she crying? That's how we thought. And then a lot of boys, they just forgot that stuff happened. I never forgot about that because I used to be like, what the fuck these bitches crying for? Until I started seeing the behind the scenes, and you're just like, oh, that's why. I saw a lot of female teachers fix beef. I'm talking about right in front of people's noses, right? And a lot of boys just didn't really see it. A lot of boys just did not pay attention. They didn't see it. I used to be like, oh, they're sneaky, but okay. I used to always keep a mental note of that. I used to be like, okay, that's interesting. But I looked at it as, oh, these female teachers, they're just covering for other girls, right? Because she is a girl. So I used to always accuse like the teachers growing up of favoritism and all this stuff, and people thought I was taking it too far. But I used to be like, they be I used to always be like, yo, the teachers be letting the girls get away with murder. But I didn't take it as women were bad. I just took it as teachers are evil. That's just how I was, when I was younger. These teachers are evil, you know? But anyways, let's press play. It's just now you're seeing teachers, young female teachers out in the open just saying, I don't like men. Or young boys. Fair use, by the way.
Slut shamed by a group of my students last week. I was extremely emotional and I actually had to take about 15 minutes to go cry in the bathroom because I was so disgusted and upset by their behavior. They're probably between ages 13 and 15. They're freshmen. And this girl comes up to me and she goes, hey, just so you know, they're saying that your outfit is not appropriate and talking about your ass. And I look at them and I'm like, are you actually saying that right now? Are you serious? And they were like, no, we weren't. But they were like laughing. I'm not going to infantilize them and say that they shouldn't know because they should. They're 14. That's fucked up. But the worst part is the school didn't suspend them or reprimand them in any way because I think that behavior is like so normalized and it's dismissed as boys will be boys. But it was incredibly degrading and dehumanizing because I was just wearing pants that fit my body. I got slut shamed by a group of my students last week.
Yeah. First of all, that story in and of itself, she's not saying the whole thing, in my opinion. And then number two, I will say this. Would she be making a video like this if she caught some girls 14, 15 talking about the high school senior football team in their tight pants and all that? She wouldn't be doing that. You think there's now 14, 15-year-old girls talking about the older men that are teaching, or the older high school boys that are on the football team? I already told you my story when I was a junior with the 304 freshman girl that was trying to hit on me, and I had to slap her hand away because she was trying to hold my hand. Right now, I didn't go on a platform crying about it, talking about harassment, this and no, they're high school boys. They didn't touch you. They were talking. Now, it was probably about 2 or 3 of them that probably said something. I'm pretty sure most of the boys in that class didn't even care what you were dressed as or wearing. For the most part. But if I'll say this, if it was all the boys in the class, because she said it was a group. So if that means there's always going to be a group of boys that are talking nonsense. That's literally life, especially if you're talking about high school. But if it was really a whole group, meaning if it was all the boys in the class, that means you was probably the clothes that you was wearing. You probably needed to check yourself there. But anyways, when I first saw this video, because I had saw this is what made me start paying attention to her page. Then I take a look at her page, and most of her content, in the reels, is just man hating content. Right? You see one video right here. Men called me this in high school. Right? Boy moms are raising misogynists. Women can never hate men as much as they hate us. Right? Doctors need to take women's pain seriously. Right? We need to stop excusing men's disgusting behavior. Debunking the myth, transformers in bathrooms. Right? Men need to stop policing women's policing women's bodies. So it's just most of her, we already know what kind of time she on.
In order to combat hate.
And that's probably why they probably saw her page and they were just like, whatever. Let's keep it up. They probably know about her Instagram and they saw her page and they're just like, whatever. Yeah, let's keep it. Yeah. Young Doka said, yo, there's pants that fit you and pants that squeeze your body. You squeeze your body shape. Let's be honest. Which one do you think they were? Facts. That's and plus when you look at her page, outside of the reels, let's take a look at her page. What does she post? What does she be posting on her page? Her body. Right? Actually didn't. Now that I'm looking at this picture, I already did a video about her before she said, hold on for a second, because I make a lot of videos. Hold on for a sec. I'm about to say, I think I actually made, let me see this. Because I'm looking at one of these pictures. I would have sworn I made that as a caption. Hold on for a second, guys. Let me look something up on my page real quick. Nah, I'm tripping. Oh, nope. I am not tripping. Because I did do a video of her a month ago, actually. Let me see this. Yep, Kylie Brewer. Yep, I made this video. So she made a video about a couple months ago. Before, I think that's even before that video. Man, women be looking different without that makeup. That's probably why I didn't recognize her. So that's the video where I was speaking on her changing the definition of consent. I remember this. So yeah, because I'm like that picture looks so familiar. So yeah, I found it. Yeah. So now people are starting to find out, because you got people like this that are teachers now. They're in positions where they think they can mold the young minds of young boys. Now, hold on. Let me bring back her profile, though. Let me bring back her profile. But her profile is just mostly her. It's a lot of it is her trying to show off that she has some goods. Look. Bikini photo. Another bikini photo. with an unclipped bra, bikini photo, showing off bikini photo. She's trying to act like she's what's it, that Betty Boop character? That's what she wore for Halloween. So yeah, that's what a lot of her photos are. But that's why I like women like this. Are they're very scary. Especially so she went to Brown University. She went to Brown University, so she already knows she's completely indoctrinated. Brown University, that's located in Chicago. So you already know she's completely indoctrinated. There's ain't no saving this one. Ain't no saving this one, boys. She's completely indoctrinated, right? But let's see. I saw a comment from Doka, I believe. Yeah. He said, if you are a teacher, your page should be private. If you are going to be posting bikini pics, I have no problem with her making content if it wasn't man, teen boy hating, but no bikini pics she knows. Exactly. Yeah. She all male hating content, but then she's posting lingerie damn near. But I hate men. Nah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. He says she knows those same boys are spanking the monkey to her pics. Exactly. She knows. She knows. He said, yo, Chris, guess her body count. I'm going 50 to 70. Yeah, that's a good guess. I'll say that's a good guess. That's a good guess. I think it's way more than that. It's way more than that. I think, but that's a solid guess though. That's a solid guess. It's definitely way more than that. It's definitely way more than that. It's definitely way more than that. She's probably caught a couple of STDs. Oh, let me see. Should I keep it here? Let me exit out of this. Yeah, just going off her. When you're dealing with a woman like this, right? And if she's a self-proclaimed feminist slash activist slash rainbow community, that means, and she's talking about man hating as much as she does, that means her body count is very high. I'm talking about very, very high. Because the people that usually end up hating men the most are strippers, adult film stars, and street workers, right? S workers, right? And that's because they are in a profession where they sleep with their customers are mostly men, and they have to sleep with a lot of them. And we already know when you're in a certain profession that you don't really like that much anyways, you end up resenting the customers. Even if you're in a profession that you like, you end up naturally resenting your customers, right? But in her case, because she's hooked up with a lot of guys, just in general, she's going to develop a hatred. So even if she's only hooking up with Chads, she's still going to develop hatred for the average man. Even if she's just hooking up with just straight Chads, like Chads and rich guys or in sugar daddies only, even if that's only the only men that she's hooking up with, she's going to develop a hatred for men in general. That's usually how it works. That's how you can tell a woman like that has a high body count. Anyways, let's move on to, let me see. Now when it hits, I'll let it hit somewhere else. Let me see. Should I go in on something else? Should I do that fat phobia video? But everybody already saw that, so I don't think I need to put that there. That fat phobia pig. Yeah, I think I already talked about that. That was one of the funniest videos I ever seen. Yeah, that's easily one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. So let's go into Amani. Should I do Amani talks? No, I'll do that another time. Oh yeah, this is okay. This is gonna be the last one, but this is gonna be the last video I go in on before I go on the Ashley St. Clair video. Okay. So let's dive into this one because this one is very you got to be kidding me with this one. So remember this wannabe comedian that I covered a lot. I've covered her a lot of times. So remember in her bio she used to put comedian in there. Well, clearly that didn't work out because she doesn't have that anymore in her bio, and I remember exposing that another time. So this woman here is like this she a whole red flag. She a whole red flag. Right? This woman right here, she's going to react to this video and she's going to do something egregious. I'm talking about she's going to do something egregious, and I hope you guys catch it.
Post a video talking about when a man doesn't have something, he's going to take it from you. If he doesn't have confidence, he's going to steal your confidence from you. If he doesn't have happiness, he's going to take yours.
I made a diagram to explain what she's talking about. So this is you. You have positive energy. You're magnetic, you attract things, your positivity, love, and sunshine going out, right? Then you meet this other person, and this crusty old man person over here, they have negative energy. They repel things. So they have a negative charge and you have a positive charge. What happens when you two get together is this. Your guys' energies get mixed up. And when you're together with this negative, crusty old person right here, your energy gets drained and their energy goes up. You see, now you're a sad person and they're feeling happy all of a sudden. Then as time goes on, when you stay with them for a long time, you, instead of being positive and happy, you turn into this person. You're now a crusty person and you are depleted. You have depression, anxiety, you're isolated, you have relationship problems, and your progress gets blocked. But then when you look over the person that you're with, wow, I feel so great. I'm so hot. Look at that. Woohoo. They have positive energy. Look at this fool. He's all living it up. So they feel energetic. They get arrogant because they're newly attractive. They have new blessings and there's false confidence there. Why do they have false confidence? Because suddenly they have good energy. And because they have good energy, all of a sudden, all these people come. They're like, oh my God, wow, they're so hot. Look at how hot that person is. I want them so bad because they're with this person. But they are not attracted to them. They are attracted to your energy. They like this energy. They don't like this. This person is just covered in your energy. So then they're based out of ego. They're like, I'm so hot. I'm such a great person. And then your guys' relationship usually is really bad because your energy's switched. And then now you're the one that's dead and dying and they're living their best life. So that's why it's important to get with somebody that matches your energy and has the same standards and belief systems as you, so you don't end up like a crusty bitch.
I saw a girl post a video talking about when...
Now, the nerve of this broad, because I'm not even going to talk about what she talked about. I'm going to talk about what she did. I'm going to turn off the volume because what she said, it doesn't even matter. She stole so there's an account, I don't know if you guys know, on YouTube or Twitter called Math. So what Math will do, he'll be reacting to a video and he'll make like charts and pictures like that. She stole his whole flow. his whole thing. Whole Math should sue her for infringement. She stole his whole thing. I hope she's just doing that as a joke to make fun of Whole Math. The man that runs the Home Math account. I hope she's using that as a joke to make fun of what he's doing. That's the only out I can give. Was it Miss Shay Tart? But the nerve of her to talk about positive energy, negative energy, he's stealing your energy while you stole this man's whole format. What kind of hoe you gotta be? Like this is something even shiesty hoes would. What kind of person? Forget the girl and man part of it. What kind of person you have to be to have the nerve to talk about stealing somebody's energy? Meanwhile, you stole Whole Math's whole format. I'm gonna play it. Watch this. All these, so this shit right. When I saw this journal right here, and I'm like, at first I'm like, is she making fun of Whole Math for what he does? You know what I mean? That's what I first thought. Maybe she's just like making fun of him. It's just a way to make fun of what he's doing. She's actually like, she took his whole thing. This happens over here, and this, and you literally probably stole his. Wow. I had tagged Whole Math. I hope he sees this video, because the nerve of her to talk about stealing people's energy. Meanwhile, you stole his whole thing. Yeah, I hope y'all know who Whole Math is, right? Y'all know. Please hit a one in the chat. Y'all know exactly who I'm talking about when I'm talking about Whole Math. He, like, I would see his videos from time to time. I wouldn't make much of it. I'd be like, oh, that's an interesting way of doing things. He might be autistic or something. That's how I took it. He's probably one of those autistic dudes that does stuff. But this is a interesting format. I'm like, now I'm seeing this broad talking about negative energy. He's stealing your energy. This is really in. The nerve of her to make a video like this, and she's stealing his whole format. Oh, Young Doke, I didn't even see your comment. Yeah, I thought she was making fun of Whole Math. No, she's just doing this. He's just doing his whole format. She's just doing it. She just, what? Whole Math needs to sue her just off GP. And look, I don't even care who get mad at that. That's probably why she. I keep telling you about these wannabe female comedians. They stay stealing. All they do is steal people's jokes. Even though that's what a lot of comedians do in general, but especially female comedians, they be stealing everybody's jokes. Amy Schumer was like stealing dead men's jokes, dog. Like she's one of the lowest of the low. But this is what female comics do. They don't know what the hell they doing. Just stealing other people's format. Like, at first when I saw this, I'm like, maybe she's just making fun of how Whole Math does things and whatnot. But then I really look, I'm like, oh, she really thinks she's cooking, because she's in the comment section are like, oh my God, this chart is amazing. This makes sense. And she's just taking the credit. I was looking for in the comments, I was like, I was in the comments, I'm like, hopefully I'm looking for like, oh, I'm just making fun of how Whole Math does stuff. She doesn't even mention Whole Math's name. This is despicable. This is despicable. Look, I got problems with a lot of content creators, but this is just low stuff to do. Like, whether you're a man or a woman, if you just straight up just jacking the flow or somebody, like if you just straight up I'm talking about jacking the whole flow. That's low. That's just low. He said, yeah, we on the same thinking. Word for bird. Yeah, word for word, bar for bar. Straight up stole his style. Yeah, right here. So Young Doka, you said it best. He said she probably stole jokes embalmed the delivery, and now she's stealing content format, embalming the delivery. Because I showed you that video that I did of her back in the a couple months ago, and she put in her thing. I'm a female comedian. She probably went to one of them open mics, stole somebody's jokes, bombed the delivery. Facts. You know what I mean? Facts. And she bombed, but she still bombed, and now she's on a different path now. What a disgrace. What an absolute farce of a disgrace. For the normal people, I'm gonna bring up Home Math's account. I'm gonna bring up Home Math's account just to show you I'm not, because there might be some people that still don't know who I'm talking about when it Home Math. Right? Right? Same format. Let me give you an example of his content. Right?
Controversial.
Yeah, me too.
There are no poses that smaller women can do that bigger women cannot do.
There might be a few.
Every pose looks good on everybody because you have a...
Oh, this might not be the best example. Let me see if I can find like some right here.
This is the circle of insanity, and it's why I study consciousness. More consciousness can make your life less insane. Let's call this the circle of unconsciousness. I was named in this video.
Home Math is very good at creating diagrams.
Yes, thank you. So
so you literally in his own video, him addressing a hater, talking about how he be making all these diagrams and stuff. But you guys
would expand on it.
You guys have seen it. You guys have seen it. He has all of his videos are like this. Damn near all of his videos are like this. He'll analyze the thing, whatever. He'll talk. He'll be bringing up charts. He'll be drawing things on his journal and whatnot. You know what I mean? Show you another example. See if he has anything pinned. Right here.
Men and women don't understand about each other.
You said, that we have.
Oh, that's him talking on a podcast. Right here. So right here, this is him in one of his drawings. Him trying to explain something.
Well, here's her answer.
This is what I bring. So bronzer, powder, my card, lip balm, hairbrush, and eyebrow thing. No, eyelash thing. Sorry.
I'll spare you from the rest. It's all makeup and toys. So the question, what do you bring to the table? It means I'm providing all this. What do you provide? And her answer is, I take care of my looks and my own personal needs. And that's it. Take it or leave it. And here's the thing, somebody will. The table argument is so popular right now because nobody feels like they're getting a good deal. People feel like, hey, I'm putting in this much on the table.
So you guys get the point. You guys get the point. And even him, him using the pen in the video. Yo, I'm talking about word, like you guys said, word for word, bar for bar. Just straight up stealing his whole. This is his shtick. His whole hustle. She didn't even bother changing it up. She's such a low down, dirty character, dog.
Explain what she's talking about. So this is you. You have positive energy. You're magnetic. You attract things. Your positivity, love, and sunshine going out, right? Then you meet this other person. And this crusty old man person over here, they have negative energy.
No, you're describing yourself. You ain't describing some random dude that you messed with back in the day. You're describing yourself. The guy with the positive energy, the person with the positive energy that you saw, that's Home Math. And then this is you, the wannabe female comic, the wannabe content creator that can't even make her own content. Because if you look at her comments, I don't see nobody saying Home Math or somebody saying you're making fun of home math. Oh, this is something that home math did. So that means she's probably deleting those comments too. Probably. Maybe I could be wrong about that, but I don't see no mention of home math anywhere in her comment section. Nowhere. And it looks like she's just taking that credit. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yep, most female comedians steal jokes. Damn near all, basically all of them. Yeah, I'll say damn near all of the female comedians, they steal jokes. But anyways, let's move on now to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is now being sued by Ashley St. Clair for the sole custody of the baby. Right? Reading from E! News, more than 1 week after announcing she had welcomed Musk's 13th baby, Ashley St. Clair filed paternity and custody petitions against the SpaceX CEO. Right? Let's watch this. I don't know if will they explain it? Yeah, because I did see a little bit of it.
Ashley St. Clair is seeking legal action. According to court documents obtained by People magazine and TMZ, the 26-year-old influencer has filed a custody petition with the New York Supreme Court asking to be granted sole legal custody of her and Elon Musk's alleged son, who goes by RSC, amid the tech mogul's absence.
And mind you, she announced this on Valentine's Day. Fair use, by the way, fair use. She announced this on Valentine's Day. So Elon must have been with his main chick or whatever, who he considers his number one, that she tried to ruin his day. And no, that's a whole other story.
She says of Elon's presence in the filing, per the outlets, that the billionaire, quote, has met him only 3 times since the baby's birth in September of 2024, and, quote, has had no involvement in his care and upbringing. Along with the custody petition, Ashley has also filed a paternity petition claiming that Elon has, quote, acknowledged parentage of the child in various written correspondence.
So that's the part where people are going to have to explain that part to me in terms of acknowledging the parentage of the child. So now that's basically part of the paternity suit filed by Ashley. So I have serious questions about that.
In the document, Ashley also provides screenshots of alleged text message exchanges following the baby's birth, with Elon saying at the time, quote, I look forward to seeing you and him this weekend. Following the news, Ashley's rep shared in a statement to People that the 26-year-old has, quote, made every effort to collaborate with Mr. Musk before taking this step. She has no
Cappity cap. But anyways,
no further comment on the contents of the petitions, which speak for themselves. E! News has reached out to Elon and Ashley for comment, but has not yet heard back. Ashley's legal filing comes a week after she made the public announcement on Valentine's Day that she allegedly welcomed Elon's 13th child. Writing on X, formerly Twitter, 5 months ago, I welcomed a new baby into the world. Elon Musk is the father. I have not.
So that's the tab that I showed you. The announcement I had showed you last week.
Become clear that the tabloid media intends to do so, regardless of the harm it will cause.
She says, I want you to respect my privacy, while posting that on Twitter, going to the New York Post and saying what she was saying. I mean, are you for real? By the way, I doubt that she's 26. Because I read in other places that she was like allegedly really 30 years old. And I tend to agree, because these hoes be lying about their age so they can get certain advantages.
The author of the 2021 children's book, Elephants Are Not Birds, continued, I intend to allow our child to grow in a normal and safe environment. For that reason, I ask that the media honor our child's privacy and refrain from invasive reporting. Elon has on a
So disingenuous. So disingenuous. But this is the part I do want to I do want to focus in on one part. Let me just check the chat real quick. Not even a whole explanation. She looks 32, 36. Yeah, I keep because they're saying that she says that she's 26, but I'm reading in other outlets like they actually have her true age, and they're saying that she's 30, and that makes sense. So right here, you said she looks 32 to 36. Yeah, that's what, like, from my vantage point, she looks like she's in her early 30s, but that's just me. That's just me. There's a part where I'm confused, a little bit confused, right? So I'm not going to necessarily read the article. I'm just going to read the part where I have questions. So right here it says the conservative influencer has filed for sole custody of the son she says they share and also submitted a paternity petition to legally declare the SpaceX CEO as the father of her child, who would be his 13th, multiple outlets reported February 22nd. So this is the part I'm kind of a bit confused at, because when it said paternity suit, I'm like, wait, so who filed it? Elon or because the way they were writing, I'm like, they're saying Ashley filed it. So I'm like, why? So why is she filing the paternity suit? And then I'm like, maybe this is something. This is a strategy that I never really thought about it, and I hope this might set. And I was looking at it, and I'm like, this might set a terrible precedent where basically a woman will file for full custody if, like, say if you, the man, decide to do a paternity suit. Now, because in this case, if Elon Musk is proven to be the father, which he most likely is, because she kept the kid, so she kept the kid, so it's probably true that Elon Musk is the father. If Elon Musk is found out to be sorry, let me take it back. If Elon Musk isn't found out to be the father, then they could just move on. But if he is found out to be the father, she can now file for now, since it's a sole custody filing, she can just automatically gain sole full custody while Elon Musk is paying most of the bill. And I think that's a dangerous precedent to set. And I think that's what she's doing. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But from my vantage point, that's what it sounds like she's doing. And hoes are gonna take note of that. They're gonna be like, oh, because I've seen hoes, they'll be on, when it comes to the subject of mandatory paternity tests. I've heard hoes say, oh, if my man files for, if he asks me to do a paternity test, I'm gonna file for divorce. And I'm like, bro, are you serious? But now this is taking it to another level where, what if hoes start really playing double jeopardy? Because at the end of the day, a paternity test is the end all be all. It's the end all be all. So even like, say, even if the guy ditches the woman for real, like physically, if he were to ditch the woman, if he does a paternity test, and even though he's still liable to pay child support if he signed the certificate, he could always say, look, I'm not the father of the kid. I did a paternity test. And even the people in the outside world are going to be like, well, you're a cheater. So now women they're now throwing like down the last, how do you call it? Like the bonus, the Joker card, where it's double or like they're doing like now it's like double or nothing. So, okay, since you're finna do that, all right, I'm gonna file paternity. I'm gonna file a paternity suit first. And I'm going to file for sole custody. So yeah, if you're not found out to be the father, yeah, it's whatever. You don't owe me nothing. But if you are, now I get sole custody. You don't get to see your kid, and you got to pay up. This is now, it looks like this is I don't know, what would you call that? The Joker card or the double or nothing? That's what that's really what that is. I could be wrong, but that's what it, from my vantage point, that's what it looks like she's doing. Right? It says, according to People's Magazine, St. Clair alleges in her filings that she and Musk began a romantic relationship, blah, blah, blah. Let me now, I'm trying to get to the part of the suit, the filing suit. So yeah, they got the text messages. I don't even care about the text messages because it's going to be obviously Elon Musk sending horny text messages and whatever, the stuff that, you know, this is what happens with two people that are sexually involved. There's going to be sexually charged messages. But basically, according to the messages, she says that he acknowledges via text messages that he is the father. But this is also a paternity suit. She's putting the paternity suit in there. Now, I don't know if the paternity suit, if he has to submit a DNA test, I don't know. I don't know how this works. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, damn. So that's why she so right here. It says on February 13th, there was like a picture, like Elon Musk had dropped a picture of him with his his other kids to the White House. She probably felt a certain way about that. That's why she posted that joint on February 14th. Let me see something. I think I might have to go on the Shade Room to post this. Hold on for a sec. I might have to go in the Shade Room. God damn it, guys. Because they actually talk about the actual suit, the paternity suit. And how that's how that's gonna look like. Let's check this out. Because I did see it because nah. Don't tell me they took it off. I just don't think I'm seeing it. Because we got to really dive into the details on how this paternity suit is going to work. Is he going to have to like do an actual paternity test, or is it just she's going to prove via her text messages that he acknowledges him being the father of the kid, and if that's all she's going to go by? But that part when they're saying she's filing for sole custody via the paternity, and then with the paternity suit in there, this is what made me raise my eyebrows. I don't know why I can't find it. I don't know why I can't find that post. Because there was a lot of people in the comment section, you know, and I was part of that too, where I was like, man, if that dude was, if Elon Musk was black, they'll be putting his family tree out there. Conservatives would be talking about single fathership and all this, you know, I'm sorry, single mom, Ashley St. Clair being a single mammy and all this stuff. They would have been going in, but I fell for it. I straight up fell for it. I didn't even realize now for her to file filing for sole custody, this could have ramifications for, like, you know, years to come. Okay, right here. I found it. So let's do a copy paste tingy going. Let's get this going. Because I am very concerned. I am very concerned. All right, says according to documents obtained by TMZ, She allegedly filed in New York City for the sole custody of the child she allegedly shares with Elon. In the documents, she alleges that the child, who is known as RSC, has only been seen by Elon 3 times since its birth. She also alleges that Elon has not been involved with the child's upbringing, or care. Yeah. Right. It says St. Clair filed a paternity petition along with the custody petition. Okay, so these are two separate petitions, right? But it's like it goes hand in hand. It's a paternity petition and a custody petition. It says alleged text messages between her and Elon after the child's birth were provided. As she says, Elon acknowledged parentage of the child in various written correspondence. Along with alleged messages, there was also a photo of Elon allegedly with the child as well. It says St. Clair's Rep. Brian Glickich told People's Magazine, Ashley St. Clair has filed paternity and custody petitions to protect the best interest of her child. She has made every effort to collaborate with Mr. Musk before taking the step. She has no further comment on the contents of the petition, which speaks for themselves. In her filing, St. Clair requested the court issue a summons, warrant, or order requiring the respondent to show cause why the court should not enter a declaration of paternity in order of support and such other and further relief as may be appropriate under the circumstances. Well, if they're going to do all that, is the text messages all they need for them to acknowledge parentage? If that's the case, then Elon is in big trouble. So forget a DNA test, forget what I even said about paternity. If all it takes is just the text messages so she can be able to gain full custody because she thinks that Elon didn't acknowledge himself in the public as the father yet. So if that's all it takes, so that's all it takes for her to gain sole custody, bruh, that's wild. But even then, for her to do the petition first, and that means, but even then, what I'm saying is still in play, because what if Elon wants to do a paternity test? Because even because I'm just assuming Elon was smart enough to do a paternity test already, right? But say if he didn't even do one, if he wants to do one, it's too late, because if he does, she's going to gain full custody if he's found to be the father. So it's a double. It would be a double jeopardy move. So this is this is very concerning. This is very concerning. Exactly. Full custody meaning child support. Exactly. So when she gains full custody, he's going to have to pay way more, and he's not going to even be able to see his kid. It doesn't even say primary because it says sole custody. So I hope that doesn't fly, but you already know when it comes to family court, they let a lot of nonsense fly. they just let nonsense fly just for the hell of it. Just for the hell of it. So somebody's gonna have to educate me on this Elon Musk situation. Really. Somebody that's vested. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna give you guys a life hack. I know we be talking about BWs on this page and whatnot sometimes, and BWs tend to get a bad rap. But when it comes to stuff like this, when they get vested in interest in stuff like this, they be doing a research. I'm talking about they research, like heavy research, where you go on the YouTube channel, you be like, damn, they dive deep on it. So hopefully when I type this in, hopefully I hear his sister start talking. Because they be doing their research when they got a vendetta, a real vendetta, they be doing a research. Let me see. Yeah, the lawsuit, Myron Gaines. Oh, you know what? I might have to go. I might have to watch Myron, but I'm not watching. God, what is it with Myron in these 6-hour pods? I ain't watching no goddamn 6 hours pod of that. If it was 2 hours, I'd watch it. If it was 3 hours, I'd watch it. But not no. I'm not even watching no 6 hours. Yo, remember when Myron got in trouble with that broad that said that she was gonna keep his kid? And I remember Coach Greg Adams. He did a stream, and he had to address the simps in the comments section. He called them the fresh and fit simps. And because Myron had dropped like a 6-hour type video, like defending himself with receipts and all this stuff. Now, I obviously already knew the bitch was lying, but Coach Greg Adams, he was trying to tell people, he was like, bro, you can't put yourself in situations where this can happen to you. And Myron did. He put himself in a terrible situation. So that's what he was trying to say. He's like, he said, cross all your T's, dot all your I's. And it was simps in the conversation like, man, what are you talking about? And I'm like, Myron literally could have avoided that whole situation had he literally walked the bitch outside to the car to the taxi. Literally, but he didn't want to do that. He just want to kick a bitch out. And that's literally how Mike Tyson ended up in prison, because he kicked the bitch out and he didn't want to even call a cab for her. You have to be careful in terms of when you're talking about aftercare, right? So Myron had dropped like some 6-hour video. You had the fresh and fit people, but he dropped a 6-hour video defending himself. I'm like, bro. It was like me and Coach started laughing in unison. We were like, nobody watching no 6-hour vid of you defending yourself. Nobody's gonna watch that. Nobody's gonna watch no 6-hour video of you defending yourself. I'm talking about everything could be facts. Nobody got time for that. They don't even want to watch a 5-minute video of you defending yourself. This is why you have to make sure you cross all your T's, dot all your I's. But I'll also say this: there's a lot of because young black boys, especially young black boys that are Gen Z, we all had that speech from our parents. If any young black boy that's had parents or some responsible parents, even if it was a single mom that had that even if she was a little bit responsible, she was a single mom. We've all had that speech. Cross all your T's, dot all your I's. Don't put yourself in a position where you end up with the police, right? So we've all had that. Damn near every black person done had that conversation with at least one of their parents or some older dude, right? So I already knew what Coach Greg Adams was trying to say, but it was these like particularly like young Caucasian males. They just think I'm just gonna like. They think they like. Unfortunately, there's a lot of young Caucasian males. They don't understand. They think they can just go into a court, or even especially a family court. They think they could just say the truth and they're all set. They don't understand how the justice system works. They don't really understand how the family court system works, the court system works, the court of public opinion, right? They don't understand why when I tell you like I remember I made a comment where I said what did I say? Like basically if I was an athlete, I would buy off certain people in the media and make sure they ain't talking crazy about me. I would buy off people in the media to make sure they putting respect on my name. And this is what a lot of athletes, some of your favorite athletes, they do this. Because once certain things are said about you in the media, your image is tarnished forever. But so, like it's hard, particularly a lot of younger Caucasian males. They don't understand like the justice system is not necessarily a justice system. It's what you can afford, right? I'm talking about particularly middle class Caucasian Gen Z boys, and to a lesser extent some younger millennials, but they don't really understand. And a lot of like younger Gen X that are getting divorced right now, then they're going up into family court. They have no idea what they're walking themselves into. I'm talking about they have no idea. And then once they find out, they're just completely outraged. You know what I mean? They're just completely outraged. So they've never had that speech like, yo, you gotta, I'm not saying live your life in fear, but sometimes you need to cross all your T's, dot all your I's. You gotta make sure your affairs are in order, especially when it comes to dealing with women. You have to. But anyways, let's go back. Let me go back to my search. Let me change the filter. Let me change the filter. Because people like, I was shocked. Remember the punter? Oh no, forget the punter. Remember, you see how like Trevor Bauer is still going on these like these like monthly rants like, yo, I should be back in the MLB. I've completely proved my innocence. Why am I not back? It don't matter. Your name is already tarnished, and the MLB, they're not going to admit that they were wrong. They're not going to do it. The damage is already done. Like usually ninjas in Trevor Bauer's situation, they're just grateful to be found innocent because they know, like, if they get anything after that situation, it's just luck, pure luck. You know what I mean? They're very, especially like a lot of I'll say like Gen Z and younger millennial Caucasian men, and to a lesser extent some Gen X that are going, some younger Gen X men that are going through divorces, great divorces right now. They don't understand, like, certain things go on your name. It's really hard to scrub it out. And just you being proven innocent is not enough. Let me see. Oh no, that's the wrong filter. I need a today. So, but this is why I don't understand. I'm like, is the text, his text acknowledging his parentage of the kid, is that enough for her to get sole custody? Yikes. There's no way. Oh, so the whatever podcast covered the situation? Didn't Ashley St. Clair go on the whatever podcast? Hey yo, I be feeling bad for people that think these hoes is conservatives, man. Just letting you know, they don't, like, hoes don't have a political allegiance. Their allegiance is to team woman, team them, whatever benefits her. What should I watch to help me with the situation? Who should I watch? Looks like I'm gonna have to watch via Sky News Australia. I might have to do it like that.
Now let's talk
Fair use, by the way. Fair use.
Elon Musk. He's always got business plans, but he's been tight-lipped about the conservative influencer Ashley St. Clair, who claims she's the mother of his 13th child. It comes amid fresh revelations from influencer Isabella Moody, who posted private messages between her and St. Clair, which she claims show that St. Clair had planned all along to trap Elon. Kinsey, this is getting unsavory.
Oh my goodness.
Well, duh. Somebody said, I need a caption to seduce Elon Musk thinking about the dangers of AI. He said, new twist in Musk's 13th child allegations. But yeah, of course she's gonna keep the kid. Like, I saw some conservatives like trying to give Ashley St. Clair an out. You know what I was hearing some of these conservatives say? Hold on for a sec. Let me see if I missed any chat. You know what I was hearing some conservatives say? They were saying, oh, well, at least she didn't delete the kid. I was like, of course she's not going to delete the kid if she has an inkling, if she thinks it's Elon Musk's child. You think she's going to, what? You think she's going to delete? You think any woman is going to delete Elon Musk's child? Please. Even I'm talking about even without the child support laws or the divorce laws, even if we had none of that, she would have still kept Elon Musk's child. He's worth how many billions of dollars? He's the on paper, obviously this is not true, but on paper he's the richest man in the world. On paper, right? On paper, right? One of the richest men in the world. They're she's not going to delete his kid. That's not going to happen. Truth Hunter said, I like calling them the fresh and fertile simps. Facts. And I'll say this is not necessarily just fresh and fit, but I think the followers of that show, their subscribers or the people that watch that show religiously, I have to question their head. Pause. Right? Their headspace. You know what I mean? Yeah, he said, yes, marriage is next gen slavery. They don't understand. There's a lot of, especially there's a lot of younger dudes that they don't get it yet until they come across a platform like ours. They don't get it. There's a lot of things, there's certain things even women don't understand. Remember when I was talking about the incels? And there was a woman in the chat who I can tell she follows the show. She just doesn't she just usually doesn't put nothing in the chat. She says, "Oh, I didn't even know. Thank you for enlightening me on the incels." She thought it was something else, but it's a lot of people they don't know. They don't know. I'll never forget that it was a woman in the chat. She was just like, "Oh, I thought the incels were like something else." It just shows you the perception. People are like, we got to understand in this space. Yes, the mainstream talks about us a lot, but we're still a small space relatively compared to the world or compared to all the YouTube groups. You know what I mean? We're still a relatively small space where in terms of where we all think the same. You know what I mean? It's still a relatively small space, man. Hey, shout out to Henoch with the Puniti shout out. So yeah, these days. But yeah, we gotta dive into that paternity thing, because if just the text messages are enough of him acknowledging parentage for her to gain sole custody, that's crazy. I thought she was trying to set up some double jeopardy where if he takes a paternity test, right? And then if he's found the father, then she automatically gains sole custody and he has to continue paying. But really, the actuality, it looks like it seems like the text messages are enough. That's scary. But let's continue to play it. Fair use again.
Rocket babies. I want to have his rocket babies. I don't know if I've laughed so long or so hard in quite some time. And then Elon is not issuing any official reactions, but he definitely is enjoying the pylon, because every once in a while he'll respond, whoa, or yikes. He definitely appreciates the support he's receiving. And honestly, this does look a little bit like somebody that was out to, secure babies with Elon and got her way. And now she's not getting her way, so she's lashing out. And, it doesn't reflect well on her.
Well, it's that shows you that the liberals know what they're doing. So here, because it's Elon and Ashley St. Clair going through it, the conservatives going through it. Now the liberals are finally acknowledged, like this is a natural thing that happens between a man and a woman going through it when it comes to kids, and whether if the woman breaks up with him or if the woman was trying to baby trap him. Now they're finally acknowledging this stuff does happen, but they're just doing it because they're going to cover it OD because they're the liberals and Elon Musk is the conservative in this situation. So you know what? I think I came to the right platform. Because the liberals, they're going to go in on this situation.
Her, unfortunately. And I hope that doesn't reflect poorly on me for acknowledging that, but I don't think she looks like a winner here.
Well, I don't think anybody looks like a winner here. This sort of tawdry information is best kept private. I just don't see what's to be gained other than for us. It gives us material, so we shouldn't complain. Now let's turn to Joe Rogan's recent podcast featuring Woody Harrelson. And Woody Harrelson had some interesting comments to make about RFK Jr.
Bobby, I really hope he's able to do some good things because he's certainly a man on a mission and a man who...
He knows what he did. They're bold comments.
Oh, this is something else, but that's all the information they have. It's just the text messages. Let me see. Let me replay it one more time. Thankfully, this was only a 2-minute video, really. Good.
Musk, he's always got business plans, but he's been tight-lipped about the conservative influencer Ashley St. Clair, who claims she's the mother of his 13th child. It comes amid fresh revelations from influencer Isabella Moody, who posted private messages between her and St. Clair, which she claims show that St. Clair had planned all along to trap Elon. Kinsey, this is getting unsavory.
Oh my goodness, but the rocket babies. I want to have his, I want to have his rocket babies. I don't know if I've laughed so long or so hard in quite some time. And then Elon is not issuing any official reactions, but he definitely is enjoying the pylon because every once in a while he'll respond, whoa, or yikes. He definitely appreciates the support he's receiving. And honestly, this does look a little bit like somebody that was out to, secure babies with Elon and got her way. And now she's not getting her way, so she's lashing out.
So the text messages even include basically her admitting to, in a joking way, right, trying to trap Elon. Now she's gonna hide behind that, we were joking, but here we are. Somebody said Ashley is not a conservative in the comments. Well, yeah, that's what that's what I've been trying to tell people. And shout out to Undead Chronic in company, right? Shout out to him. He was one of the only people out there. Whether it goes for Sydney Watson, Ashley, St. Clair, who else am I missing? These people like Michaela Peterson and these people, like shout out to him on that. Shout out to Undead, because actually let me put it back on me, because let me explain it this way. Women are not conservatives, bro. Like, if you think you found some woman and she's a conservative and blah, blah, blah. First of all, she's not going to be online. That's already number one. Number two, the reason why you're seeing this shift now of women going back to traditional values and blah, blah, blah is because the economy is kicking their ass. I already warned you guys about that for about 2 years now. Literally about 2 years now. Like, the economy's gonna do what the economy does, and women are gonna be asking for tradition again. Now, my next prediction is this, which I said once it hits the year 2026, is gonna be a lot of women suing men in the past and saying that, oh, I was essayed by them or I was raped by them. But the actuality is they slept consensually with the guy. It just didn't work out. And they're going to be suing him and saying that, oh, no, I was taken advantage of. It's going to be a lot of dudes getting just sued off of past, puniti usage. It's going to be a lot of dudes, especially in the year 2026. It's going to be a lot of dudes getting sued off of past puniti bitch. You're seeing like women now, they're trying to act like they're traditional now. Nah. No. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Because they're not going to get what they're looking for, because they're going to go out there, try to be traditional, and they're going to get used still. Right? And they're going to go back to start suing people like Ashley St. Clair's done. Right? So, right here, let me show you something real quick, right? Let me show you something on Twitter. And I got to double check for Twitter, right? So right here, let me show you this tweet. Somebody wrote, oh, he's really a psycho and blah, 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 talking about Elon Musk. So they got the pictures here. and basically try to show it. So these are the pictures right here. And I find it weird that Ashley St. Clair just has these pictures just casually, right? So yeah, she saved those text messages. That's why you got to be careful when texting women in general, because they're gonna screenshot everything you text message her. You have to be very careful. Now, I do find it interesting. Women will they will screenshot everything except for them begging men for money, but that's a whole other story. So yeah, she took a picture from her I guess her other phone of the text messages. I don't know if she doesn't understand it. She could have just screenshotted it, but whatever. But right here, I wanted to highlight this tweet. Okay. So here you have a pro-black / women's rights activist. So you already know she's crazy. Her profile says God is a non-binary. God is non-binary. So right here she says Ashley St. Clair is a raging white supremacist who told me that black people weren't smart enough for a college education. Mind you, we went to school together. Now, what I will say about this, and this is where I will guide you to this tweet here from Nuclear Cardio. This is a tweet I saved last year, and I was like, oh, Lord, thank you. I could finally bring this tweet up. So, Nuclear Cardio says women being racist online. He's saying white women, really specifically. He said white women being racist online is another form of selling purity when they reach the end of their party years. She understands that dabbling outside of her race could ruin her perception amongst the men she desires and uses for attention, and naive men fall for it every time. Now, this was in July. So he says, I'm not a feminist on steroids. And you would see posts like this from, Ashley St. Clair and, the type. Right? Now, you're going to see most of the people in the comment section saying this is cope from an ugly brown guy and blah, 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 and all this stuff. Somebody said, LMAO, stop watching pornography and Rolo Tomasi videos. Somebody said, oh, no, that's not it. But bottom line, it was basically 50-50 in the comment section where people just thought that Nuclear Cardio he's just coping, but people don't understand how women really work, especially white women. That same white woman, and whether she's racist or not, I don't even care. But I'm telling you, that same girl, if you followed what she did, if you were to follow what she did in college, you would be like, wow. And they also found out that, like, even before college, she was caught like selling pictures of herself when she was underage to older men. So this is the type of character that you're dealing with. So what a lot of Caucasian women do is after they're done partying with the ninjas, doing all the going to these people's cribs, going to drug dealers' houses, staying in people's basements and all this stuff. Then once they hit the age of, 27, 28, it's usually after the age of 25, really. But, I guess in Ashley St. Clair's case, she says she's 26, but I really think she's in her 30s. So when she hit around that age, now all of a sudden, she starts making tweets like the family court system is an evil institution. I know y'all saw those tweets. Her talking about the family courts and how any woman that uses the family courts are evil. Like they showed tweets where she has said like, yo, we need to address the problem with single moms in this country and all this stuff. When you start seeing particularly white women start doing stuff like that, they cap it. they cap it. I hope somebody has those tweets of all of her like old tweets. Like somebody had like literally had one of those tweets where it just showed all of her old tweets. Oh man. Hold on. They found some old tweets of her. Watch this right here. You got some old tweets. She says, I just want a husband, 2 kids, and a small farm already. This was not an invitation for marriage request. Please stop. So right here she goes, I'm not sure how a tweet talking about my desire for traditional family life and values makes me a thought or attention seeker, but the internet gets dumber every day. Bite me. Now, you do have people that will see right through it, but for the most part, I don't think. I think most people fell for it. I'm not even gonna cap. I think most people will fall for it. Like I'll be laughing. I'll see white women do certain like there's white women that I know that are doing this currently as we speak, and I knew them in high school and college. I'm talking about white women as we speak. Oh man, she's so based. This is why like especially men of color, they just kind of look at that and they're just like, okay. They just kind of look at white women, they kind of just scratch their head. They're like, damn, that's what you're doing now. Oh, you guys are just coping. Nah, we know this bitch. We know what she's really about. We trust me, we know. But like unfortunately, I don't think ninjas really get their credit for being able to see these kind of things and call it like it is. Truth Hunter says, ladies, true political party is the opportunist party. Hey, by the way, just to let you know, this is not me attacking white dudes because black women do the same thing. Black women will claim that they're pro-black and all this stuff. You have all these, black dudes say, man, I'm pro-black too. And this, the black woman is God. Meanwhile, that same black woman, I'm talking about the black woman that's all pro-black and blah, blah, blah. Then you'll find out her dating history, or not only just her dating history, you'll see her have old tweets of her thirsting over white men. These are the things that women just do. These are the things you'll be shocked. The most pro-blickety black woman on there talking the most ish, talking about even the women of color that are in politics today. They talk the most ish about white dudes, and they all have white husbands. So this is the stuff that women. This is just the stuff that women do. This is the stuff that women do. Macope, Maseed. They don't, because I just think men don't understand. But I'll be laughing though, because it'll be black dudes. They be really heartbroken when they find out that their pro-black sister be sleeping with white dudes. They be they be so heartbroken. He'd be like, sister, how could you? God, like most, and there's another secret too, especially with black women or women that are pro-black now. A lot of the pro-black women that you see that are like pro-black now, they're only pro-black now because being pro-white didn't really work for them. So they ended up becoming pro-black as a cope. But back to the Caucasian hoes. Yeah, the Caucasian hoes. I'm talking about. I done seen these hoes do all types of dirt. All types of dirt in high school, sleeping with drug dealers, going to the hood. I done caught a lot of those bitches in the hood when I was in high school. Then you go into college, them sleeping with any Negro athlete that they could find. Like this stuff is like this is not it's not rocket science to me, but I'll be laughing when you'll have like an Ashley St. Clair. They'll say something they'll say something like that, to say something about the black community, this or whatever. When they do stuff like that, they understand all they have to do is say something quote unquote based, and they're gonna get a whole simp, like a white male simp following wave thereafter. You know what I mean? So this is this is what they do. They understand what they're doing. Truth Hunter said it's always the simps who would drink her toilet water coping. Facts. Like even when I show you this tweet right here, when we say woman being racist online is another form of selling purity, right? It's I'm not a feminist on steroids. There's a dude. I'm talking about. There's women on here that there's a specific woman on here that I know. I don't even want to put her out there because she's married now. Like I know what she was doing in college. I know. But anyway, but it's not just her though. It's a lot of the. I know what they were doing. It's rare that you're gonna find like a 18, 19-year-old white girl come out and be like, I'd rather just date white dudes, or not necessarily. They'll say white dude. They'll say I'd rather just stay within my own race. That's like rare. They're not gonna say that out loud. And if they do have plans of that, they're not gonna say that out loud. That's rare. If like her being like 18 and 19 and saying something like that. No, that's not gonna happen. But women understand the men of their race. They understand their sensitivities, their securities, their insecurities, and they will, to attract a man, they will try to placate to that and say all the right things that will make her seem desirable. But yeah, when you see companies that cope from an ugly brown guy, but then once they see that same quote unquote ugly brown guy with a white bitch, they're just shocked. They're just like, how is this happening? Let me also bring up the example with the girl. Remember the white girl that got beat up she got beat into a coma by that black girl, and they found out that white girl was like in a school with mostly black kids, and it was a whole bunch of like, alt-right, far right white dudes and conservative dudes saying, man, we gotta find out where this school is, and we need to. They'd set up a GoFundMe account for her, and they're saying, man, we gotta punish these ninjas, and all. They was using the hard ER and all this stuff, saying those people were animals. What they did to her was crazy, and I was like, and meanwhile, I remember myself being in the comment section like, yo, you guys do know she probably was fighting that girl over a ninja. You know that, right? Like that's the only, when you see like women fighting like this, they're fighting over a man, or she thinks somebody took somebody's man or whatever. Then they found out that girl had a black boyfriend, and then they're just like, wait a minute, what? They were just so shocked. And then I even remember showing the tweet to you guys, or to the live streaming audience, where one of the alt-right guys was like, look, we have to stop just blindly defending white women just because something happened. We need to start doing our research before and he included himself. He's like, we need to stop doing this. We need to find out what's going on with our white women and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, they slow. said these motherfuckers are so slow. I'm like, you couldn't tell that she had a black boyfriend? I'm like, you couldn't figure that out. You know? And the reason why I poke fun of it a lot is because these be the same people that say they have high IQ, even though the people that I know in real life that are high IQ, there's really no race you can kind of attach to it. But you'll have like the pro whites on one spectrum. They'll brag about their IQ, and then you'll have the pro blacks on their end of the spectrum brag about their physical gifts, whether they're athletes, they talk about their athleticism, or they talk about their PP size and all this stuff. And the people on both ends of the spectrum, when you see them bragging about these things, I look at them and I'm like, I don't think you actually fit that mold. No disrespect. So for the IQ part, I'm like, how do you have this IQ, but you still can't find out what's going on with this fertility crisis that we have? You can't find out why Italy are letting immigrants in. They're letting this happen. They're doing this on purpose. Your so-called based prime minister, she's letting this happen. The immigrant crisis in it of itself is a front. They're letting these people come in. They're not going to stop letting this happen because Italy is a dying country. They have they have worse than a negative birth rate. They have like their population is literally dying. So they're just letting this happen. They're just letting this happen. And I was able to find this out not because I have high IQ. It's just I have eyes. Right? And plus I follow, because soccer is an international sport. So I'll notice things like I'll notice it'll be like certain countries that usually don't have black players on there. All of a sudden I start seeing ninjas on there, and you're like, And then that's when you start looking into things. You're like, oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening right now. So these are the things that people kind of like, they just tend to overlook, and then somebody like me has to come along and be like, well, this is what's really happening. Drink her toilet for a high. I'm like, there's a reason why Ashley St. Clair like she was talking about, oh, I just want to get married and just have a farm and 2 kids. But the actuality of the situation is she rather be a baby mom to a rich, billionaire. If she can pull it, if the woman can pull it, she'll pull it, Oh man. I like this tweet right here. He said, this is for all the white knight, blue-pilled beta male simps, and fake trad wife ethos that need to hear this message. Ashley St. Clair's ex-husband did not abuse her. She was just a hoe. There's a lot of, I'll say there's a lot of men that need to hear this about women in general. I'm like, don't you guys find it suspicious that literally every single story about their ex is always the same thing? He was manipulative, he was toxic, he was abusive, and he was a narcissist. You always hear this same nonsense. The same nonsense. And people just don't put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, they probably could be lying about it or over exaggerating about the situation. Especially when they be talking about their ex was controlling. A lot of times it's just the guy didn't want her to go to the club and she rebelled. Like, facts. Uh-oh, let's hear this. Because I remember Ashley St. Clair, she was talking crazy on the red pill.
Andrew Tate's not the problem, because if you take Andrew Tate away, you still have this massive group of young men who were clinging to that message on shows like the Whatever podcast. They're bringing them on for this humiliation porn. Why is all of this?
Notice how she's still blaming like the average man, low key, and you see how she still put none of it really on Andrew Tate. Now, what she's trying to do is some reverse psychology, but the actuality is almost what like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is doing, where she was talking about how Cam Newton is creating broken homes, but then when Cam Newton brought up the what about 50 Cent? And she didn't want to talk junk about 50 Cent because she still wants to collaborate with 50 Cent if she gets the chance. So she's not going to call 50 Cent a low functioning man because she hasn't been able to get with 50 Cent yet. And same here with Ashley St. Clair. She's at that point when she was talking, she probably still had plans of doing an interview with Andrew Tate. So she's not going to say that Andrew Tate is the problem per se. But it's not because she actually thinks it. She's doing it just because she wants to collaborate with him in the future.
This content allowed on YouTube. YouTube, who has been, at the forefront of we need to protect those who are, a protected class. And women typically fall into that class. So why all of a sudden is all of this content allowed on YouTube? That is terribly misogynistic. That's terribly degrading to women. When I don't think that would have been allowed, years ago. I just don't. I think that would have been removed from the platform swiftly. Society.
And a lot of the, the trad thoughts, they feel a certain type of way with the red pill because it's just we it's not even necessarily the ideals. It's just that we're not buying what you're selling as a quote unquote traditional woman. And like Corey Holcomb said, women are always so concerned of like, why don't people see me as a good woman? Well, a good woman, according like Corey Holcomb said, a good woman is just somewhere being a good woman. She doesn't have to say it. She doesn't have to say she's a traditional conservative. She doesn't have to say blah blah blah. She's just out there being a good woman. It is what it is.
It hasn't changed that it's really fun to watch a witch be burned at the stake, right?
Mhm.
It's really fun to watch this humiliation of women on shows like the Whatever podcast.
Jesus Christ wants you to do OnlyFans work, just so that we're clear.
Yes.
If God wanted you to do OnlyFans, then what would Satan want you to do?
To stop doing OnlyFans?
Yeah, why do you think he'd want you to stop?
Because I love making sexual content.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you think
And then also, with Ashley St. Clair, she thinks the red pill is like Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast. So anytime you have a woman like Ashley St. Clair or any normie for that matter, they start complaining about the red pill's message. I'm like, the first thing you got to do is you got to stop them. Like, wait, who are you talking about? And you're always going to hear the same thing. You're going to hear either Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, Just Pearly, and I'm forgetting the other people or the Whatever podcast. They're gonna reference either 2 out of the 4 or one of them. You know what I mean? Probably all of them. You'd be like, that's the red pill message. The red pill. And I predicted this also as well when I said there's gonna be a time where the reason why they keep mentioning the incels with the red pill is because they're trying to group the incels with the red pill. And I remember saying this in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, either 2022 or 2023. But I said that they're always mentioning the incels and the red pill in the same sentence so they could just group them together. And now you're seeing the same thing. So now you'll hear a woman just talk on a podcast. So what do you think about these red pill incels? You're just like, like I always knew that was gonna happen, man. This is just it's a common tactic that media or people in the media they do what they always make sure. So how they would back in the day they would mention Muslims and extremists in the same sentence, or they would attach certain villains in real life and then attach them to the religion of Islam. So you keep doing that. You do that enough times, most of the normies, they're going to fall for it. Right? So let me even bring up another example. Mia Khalifa. She understands how this works. If I keep repeating, I'm a victim. If I keep repeating, this website stole money from me, I was manipulated into doing spicy film content. If I keep repeating it, people are just going to believe it. Now, not to toot my own horn, but the way I was raised, if you keep repeating stuff at me, I feel like you're pestering me. So I'm good. So like the more you do stuff like that, I believe you less. Meaning, like, if you're trying to convince me of something, and it's almost like you're convincing me like you already don't believe me off rip, I'm gonna start having questions for you. You know what I mean? So when I grew up, I would see certain things like that, where it would be like certain athletes. They keep saying, "Oh, let me give you an example. What example can I give? What example can I give?" I would keep hearing, because I don't want to give an obvious example, but well, let me use Bryce Harper. I keep the way people would describe Bryce Harper, you'd think he's the devil, the baseball player Bryce Harper. But then when I started looking into him, he's just a regular dude that's confident in his baseball playing abilities, and he's just gotten a bad rep ever since then. And what people don't understand, with his situation, the reason why he probably has a bad rep is probably because of his agent. His agent probably plays hardball, so organizations kind of put a red light on him, even though he's elite at what he does. They're always going to put that X mark on him. So they keep repeating, "Oh, he's bad. He's cocky. He's this." So anytime they mention him, they always mention him with bad. Let me give you a better example. The Detroit Pistons, right? In basketball, they always call them what? The Detroit Bad Boy Pistons, because of what happened with them and Jordan, and then with Bird, and then with Magic. But that was just propaganda. Because when you do the research behind the so-called Bad Boy Pistons, they didn't even like the name. They just accepted the name because they're like, well, we're the villains anyways. And then on top of that, when you actually study the team, they were actually they were a small team compared to most of the other contenders. They played with 3 guards and a forward and a center. They were one of the few teams, or I think probably the first team to implement that 3 guard system. So that means they were a small team. So I'm like, so the smallest team playing with 3 guards in their starting lineup, being called the toughest or the dirtiest in the league. And then they're acting like Isaiah Thomas is the ringleader and he's barely 6 feet tall. This doesn't make sense. But then once you start looking into it, is because the Pistons kind of gotten in the way of the Chicago Bulls being able to get the baton from the Lakers and the Celtics. The Pistons were in the way of Michael Jordan and the Pistons being able, Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls being able to take over the league. And MJ had to kind of delay his stardom in terms of winning NBA championships only until the 90s because of the Pistons. So the Pistons got into the way of that. So anytime that they basically anytime they show you the Detroit Pistons from the 80s, what do they show the Detroit Pistons doing? Fouling the shit out of somebody. So anytime you see the Pistons, they don't show them scoring. They don't show Isaiah Thomas crossing somebody up. They don't show Bill Laimbeer hitting outside jumpers, because Bill Laimbeer was a stretch 5, right? A lot of people don't even know this, right? They show Rick Mahorn knocking the hell out of somebody. But that was really 80s basketball in general. It's just the Pistons got the worst rap of it. That's how propaganda works. Anytime people see the Detroit Pistons, they see somebody getting knocked the hell out. That's how propaganda works. Anyway, I went on a bit of a rant. This is how propaganda works. Yep, you keep saying the same thing. Yep. If you keep saying the same thing, I know you're lying. But that's just us. That's just, when people start repeating certain stuff, you're just like, oh, you start getting like, especially us in this space, we start getting this suspicious. But like the normies, the normies, they're not. So anytime I hear hoes talking about he was a narcissist every time, he was abusive. So you stayed with him for how many years? 21 years? Yeah, but these are the things people don't pick up on, especially I'll say men in this space or men in general before they get their awakening. They don't really understand until they kind of go through it themselves, like something serious where they marry abroad and then she just out of nowhere wants a divorce. Because it's not just necessarily the divorce. They want you to still pay and they still want you to pay for the kids and all that, while you have to have where basically you're not even allowed to see your kids at a certain time. Like imagine as a man, you being told, I can only see my kids on this day. What? Those are my kids. If you see your kids on this day, you're violating the what? How as a woman could you put your man through that? I don't care if he cheated on you. To take it out where, oh, he can only see his kids on this day. Up, your hours are up. You can't see your what? And now people are starting to understand why dudes would just create another family. They'd be like, man, I ain't doing that. Like, no, man. Enoch said, yeah, it's fine to pay for your kid, but make sure it's yours. Like I said, if they had like mandatory paternity tests, that would end all the nonsense. Even like, I always say this because people don't even understand. I even say this. I'll pay the child support. I'll pay whatever you put me on that court order for. I'm not paying for nothing else. I don't care what you call me, but I'm not paying for nothing else. But I'll say this: like I'm pretty sure I can give the bish the perfect proposal. Okay, we get married. Yep. If you can break it up anytime you want. Yep. The only request that I have is every kid that I have, every kid that you're that you claim is mine will be paternity tested. I'm talking about you can literally give her the perfect proposal. You can say she can even get half of it, more than half of everything with the payout. She won't sign that prenup if you have in that prenup every kid must get paternity tested. She won't sign that. She won't sign it. Because really the end all be all is the paternity test. Because you can't lie on DNA. And really what the paternity test, what it shows you how crazy women are, because the women will still deny it. They'll still deny it. What's up, Shadow Dog Law? What's up, bro? I saw that comment that you had put, man. I appreciate that. And if you watch the beginning of the show, because Shadow Dog Law, he put on a comment where he said, I'm happy I like listening to this channel because we don't always talk about the same talking points. We actually dive in deeper. And I'll say this, in the beginning, in the beginning of the show, I dived in like really deep into what I was talking about when they're talking about single moms, where we talk about SA and all this stuff. I dived really I dived in really deep into that. I went deep. Like so a lot of people left. I'm not even gonna get because I went in. but he got your nose. Man, I'm talking about they will lie. Did you hold on, Enoch? Have you seen Enoch? Have you seen the Kirk Franklin situation, the gospel singer, where after 40, 50 years, he found out his mom has been lying about his biological father this whole time, and then he he approaches his mom, right? Because his mom had him at 15. He approaches the mom. He's like, look, mom, you told me this dude was my biological father. I ended up burying him. Now this other guy is coming out of nowhere saying he's actually the father. We do the DNA test and it's like 99% conclusive he's my father. Mom, do you have something to say about this? And she just and she just completely denies it. She still denies it till this day. And Kirk Franklin had to give his mom an ultimatum. He was like, look, you have to give me this. Look, if you don't give me this, we can't associate with each other no more. And all this bitch ended up doing is crying. And she asks, will I be cut off? Basically. And I'm just like, why can't you just accept that man that you said was the father was not the father? But the problem is that means that would be confirmed that she's a hoe. And it's kind of hard to tell like your biological mom that at 15 she was out here in these streets for real. You know what I mean? But that's why women will completely deny it to the end. But that's why I love mandatory paternity tests, because you can't lie on DNA. You can't. You can't do it. Shout out to Long Live the King. He said, I caught alive. Truth Hunter says, if I pay for a kid, I'm seeing that kid anytime I want. If I can't, I'm going to another country that doesn't give a F about their payments. But that's the thing. If you do have that mentality of, I can see my kid whenever time I want, but she has a custody arrangement and you violate the custody arrangement, she can call the police on you and go to jail. This is what happens in this country. You know what I mean? But there are ways around it. There are ways around it. There are ways around it. But very few men are willing to put themselves through that. That's just like, like I remember Coach Greg Adams, he was talking, he said that he became a coach for his kids. And I knew a man that did that. So where he ended up being like a coach. And what are you going to say? That he's not allowed to coach his own kids? You know what I mean? He's violating his arrangement. So that's why I know a lot of dads that do that. They get around that by like being involved in the PTA. They'll become their kids coach. They become the kid's agent or whatever. Stuff like this is what dad. But I'm like, to put yourself through all of that just to be around your kids. That's nah. I ain't doing that. That's why I like it. Like you're better off, like you said, having a kid in another country. You visit him for 3 to 6 months, and then you come back to the United States, make your money, and then you come back and then then you'll see your kid when you can. When you fly back to the country, you'll see your kid more than you would if you live down the street from them here in the United States. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's gonna take it to her next life. Yeah, she's not gonna acknowledge that paternity test, even if it clearly states that the father that you thought it was is not the father. She will carry that to her grave. The DNA's lying. Y'all gotta see that Kirk. I think I've showed it before, but that was so sad. I was like, she's still gonna lie, even though the paternity is like it's. Even the aunt, even her sister, whatever, Kirk Franklin's mom's sister was like, you got to tell the boy the truth at one point. And she still wouldn't address it. Still wouldn't address it. Oh yeah, Long Live the King said mandatory paternity tests will crash the market. And I've always mentioned this. In France, it's illegal to test for the paternity of your kids. And then when they asked like the officials like why that is, and they frankly said, look, if we did this, it would destabilize our whole Like it would destabilize everything. That was their explanation. That was their explanation. I was like, damn, that's all I need to hear right there. So anytime, especially when I hear women talk about cheating and all this stuff, I'll be like, please. Young Doka said, low key being a dad a quarter of the year in another country is not a bad idea at all. Yeah, I'll do that. Like in America, the only way I would be a willing father is if I would go this the surrogacy route. I would need to. I would try to make sure I'd make sure I'm in a profession where I earn enough money where I can hire a surrogate. That's what I would do. Or I would find a woman that'd be like, "Are you willing to be a surrogate? I'll pay you this and blah blah blah." That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would just find a woman and be like, "Are you willing to just be a surrogate?" But now, most women are not gonna do that. But that's what I would literally have like an Indeed hiring ad and be like, hiring surrogate must be this tall. Now I'm playing, but must have no diseases. Must have no STDs in her past. And I would just hire that woman to be a surrogate, and you can't be a part of the kid's life. In America, I'm just saying in America. Now, in another country, that's different. I would just find one of these hoes, be like, okay, you're the and I would just visit my kids for what? Yeah, a quarter of the year, come back to America, make that money, and then come back again. I'll do that. That's a way better deal than in America where you can't, like, there's dudes that can't even see their kids. And I'm talking about they live down the street. Then they're growing up thinking, damn, my dad didn't want to see me. No, your mom put a hard custody arrangement on him or threatened him with putting him through court. And he was like, I can't do that. And then got put a restraining order on him. There's a lot of dudes that go through that. And that's what I'll say. That's what Ashley St. Clair, she's trying to pull that same ish. That's what she's trying to pull. Ooh, so right here. Oh, somebody did tell me this. That Ashley St. Clair has been like deleting all of her old tweets. So like I remember she did have an old tweet where she was talking about how evil the child support system is. Now somebody did screenshot this tweet that she wrote. She said, if women get to have the right to abortion, men should have the option to not pay child support. And she's just repeating a talk. First of all, she's just repeating what Dave Chappelle said in his special. And secondly, she's only repeating what's gonna gain, male followers and like male support on her platform. But like I said, when the opportunity arises, she's gonna keep a rich billionaire's kid and and drag him to child support. And sue him for child support. Sue him for sole custody. Mrs. Traditional Conservative. Sole custody. Wow. Hold on for a second. Can I bring up that Jasmine Brown video? Because I think I brought it up on my live one time, but I just want to, because people just think it's just ninjas. But man, watch this, man. Brown, Cam Newton comedy thing. Because when she did that comedy special, Pregnant, in and she wore Cam's jersey. That shit was funny, dog. She said, I used to think I wasn't gonna be a single mother too until you have a millionaire, until you're pregnant with a millionaire's kid and he's putting pressure on you, quote unquote, right? So right here, let me play this video for y'all real quick. Play this for y'all real quick. So this is her when she was pregnant with Cam Newton's kid, I think last year. And then she did her comedy special in Cam Newton's jersey and with Cam Newton's kid. And look what she says. I knew I was gonna have to reference this video one later on in life, and I was always saving it for the trad thoughts. I always save it for them.
I'm the third one, and he's gonna get sixth child. So I was like,
Oh, hold on for a second. I got this thing sped up way too fast. My bad, guys. My bad. Hold on. Here we go.
if y'all don't know, I'm the third one, and he's gonna get sixth child. So I said, whoa. Like, couldn't have been me. All right, so the rich put that pressure on you.
You guys, I love her so much, but this is exactly the reason why when men or women get to a certain financial status, they feel like they can do whatever and say whatever. She basically is saying that you don't know what you'll do or what you would allow once a man has a certain amount of money in his wallet, once he's a rich nigga. You're basically saying your self-respect is for sale. And money does not raise kids. I can say this over and over again. There are a lot of people with very good jobs, but the time is just not there. No matter how much money you got, there is still only 24 hours a day. There is still only.
Now she's saying this now, but what she doesn't even understand, her response to this comedy, to her comedy special, that's the point. She's saying this now, then until she's messing with a millionaire or billionaire that doesn't want to marry her but still want to knock her up, she's gonna keep the kid. She's gonna keep. She's not, because at the end of the day, you're not in charge. You don't have the leverage. You know. That's why you don't even see me even coming down on Elon, because I already know. I already know how this works. I used to be the guy, defending Cam Newton and all these people, because I kept telling you, when people got that paper, people they just think that they can create the rules, and they can.
You know how the false prophet said, "Have you ever been swallowed?"
My bad. That was the wrong video, but my hand slipped. But let me show you this Corey Holcomb clip. And this is really how things work. I'm gonna have to keep showing this Corey Holcomb clip for like years to come, because I don't think people understand how this works, man.
Exactly.
I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, "Hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl." They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care for that.
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you had. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.
Okay. Now that we're on the topic of Corey Holcomb and these people, I'm going to give you guys a little bonus. I'm going to give you a little background information on me and why I am the way that I am, why I say the things that I say. I can predict the things that I can predict. Okay. Let me show y'all something real quick. Because the Elon Musk and the way he does things, or the way the trad thoughts do things, that's light work. That's like Floyd Mayweather would say, that's slight work. Right? I'm gonna show you a snippet of a show that I've been dying to do. I'm gonna call this, in the future, in how do we say how we're gonna call this a real RP Bible study? And I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about our RP Bible, right? This is my Bible, right? The real RP Bible. And I'm going to show you the shows that you must watch. The things that you must see that I might end up going over in the future. I might end up going over it because it looks like Corey hasn't been OD tripping over the content use, but I'm still wary. But I will show you certain shows that you have to see in terms of, like, once you see these shows, you'll understand why I'd be like, oh, okay, this is why Chris don't believe none of these lawsuits. When Hose is talking about, oh, he did this to me. Nah. These are things you must see. Okay, let me see if I can find, because I remember these episodes literally by heart because I used to replay a lot of these episodes. I used to really like literally replay these things on the loop when I could. Right here. Where's the Antonio Brown episode? That's what I'm looking for right now. The Antonio Brown episode. If I can find it. What's the year that Antonio Brown came on the Raiders for that 1 year? I don't know why I can't find that episode. That was such an informative episode. Right here. Here we go. So right here. Okay. That wasn't me. That was the episode. Okay. So this episode right here is must see. It was about an hour and 48 minutes long, but really it was really all you have to pay attention to is the all the way up to really the 40th minute mark, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But this was when Antonio Brown was getting sued by that girl that did gymnastics. And because she said that he quote unquote graped him back in the day or whatever, he lost. He wasn't able to be on the Patriots anymore, right? This episode is very, very informative right here. So that I'm gonna show you this episode, and then I need to show you, and then you need to watch the R. Kelly stream. I think yeah, right here, the R. Kelly stream, the R. Kelly Corey Holcomb one. These are two off the bat that I know if I show you these things, you will be enlightened when you see it, because you don't hear people talking like this. You definitely don't hear ninjas talking like this. Right? And in this R. Kelly episode, he speaks on when this was the beginning stages of the R. Kelly stuff, when they showed the interviews, right? Or no, I don't think, no, they were just showing where, yeah, the R. Kelly documentary that had came out, right? Surviving R. Kelly, and showing the nonsense behind it and what the media was trying to do, right? These are episodes that men need to see, because a lot of these, especially a lot of these episodes before the year 2020, you see how basically Corey predicted a lot of these, the lot of the nonsense that we go through. You know what I mean? But that's just 2 episodes off the back. But one day I want to do like a art. This was what I would call a real RP Bible study. I don't know what else to call it, but I will literally go over these episodes and go over the certain parts of episodes like this. It probably might not be these exact episodes. It was probably going to be a show that I would have to watch via Zoe Williams podcast. I might have to do it that way, where I've seen Corey Holcomb go on that show and destroy it, right? But this is a real RP Bible study, because I don't want to show a whole lot of Patrice, because I'm pretty sure most people in here have seen, Patrice on there when he's on the the Opie and Anthony shows. This is almost another version of it, but a whole different perspective, a very whole raw and uncut way of looking at things. Let me see. A lot of I missed a lot of chat. Let me see. You see, a lot of women's 401k is finding a way to cash out on some random man's finances. Exactly. That's what women don't care about. No 401k or retirement. They look at a man as a retirement, whether it be being married. You know what I mean? Yeah, whole retirement. Oh man. Oh yeah, we probably do. Young Doka, you're right. There's a lot of movies that are RP aware that we need to watch. Right? I wouldn't, like me, for example, I would never say like, you know how I used to do the 13 reasons why, but I would just kind of summarize it. Like that series is too long for me to do like an in-depth analysis, of that. Right? So right here, Young Doga says, have you ever watched the movie Indecent Proposal in 1993, Red Pill movie gem? Guy offers a husband and wife $1 million to pipe his wife, money over morals for many people. Damn. Mind you, and this was what they made that movie in the 90s, right? And look at the subplot that you said. He offers the husband and wife $1 million to pipe just the wife. Now, that was in 1993. Now, you think it's completely out of the realm of discussion that hairdresser, you know what I mean? Remember that hairdresser said that Skip offered her $1.4 million? And I said, you know what? I think Skip did say that. Now, that doesn't sound, it don't sound too crazy now, does it? It don't sound too crazy now no more. I think Skip Bayless pulled it. Because I with Skip, he be saying some outrageous things, and when Skip sticks to his guns, he sticks to his guns. He don't pull out. Pause. You know what? Now that you're bringing up the movie, especially $1 million in the 90s. I think Skip pulled it. I think he pulled it. But now they highlighted that part of the lawsuit so people can dismiss it. But really, the juice was what was inside that lawsuit when it came to Joy Taylor, Charlie Dixon, Emmanuel Lacho. Her speaking on the amount of women that would come through. Her even saying, like, she'd even put everybody under the bus. She said, oh no, Colin Cowherd, he was good. He was professional. Now Skip Bayless, that was something else. Right? And then how Joy Taylor was being racist, how she was being abusive with her position of power, how she was trying to weaponize Me Too if everything went wrong, using it as a ICE in case of an emergency, break glass if she gets fired by FS1. She was going to Me Too Charlie Dixon and maybe even Emmanuel Lacho as well. That's wild. That is the only lawsuit I've believed by a woman. That's the only one. And you see how they brushed that story under the rug. I'm so offended that they brushed that story under the rug. All these black athletes that got to answer to all these parking tickets that they get, and yet nobody want to address that. Long Live the King said off subject, AB's interview with the Pivot was probably the most hilarious football interview I've ever seen. Oh, I've seen snippets. I saw clips of that. I saw like a couple of clips from that. The Pivot, by the way, guys, that's the podcast. It's Ryan Clark is on that one, and a couple of other athletes is on that one. I think Fred is Fred that running back from the Jaguars back in the day. What's his name? Fuck. Something Taylor. Fred Taylor? I think I'm blanking on his name. He used to play running back for the Jaguars. He's on that pod. And I think Crowder is on that pod, the former Dolphins player. Yeah, AB a whole mess, dog. He's crazy. I don't know. Actually, let me take that back. He be doing wild stuff, and he does things that's really out of pocket a lot of the times I've observed. But when that case came out with him and that that LSU gymnastics girl, Brittany Taylor, whatever her name was, I'm like, she lying. Come on now. I said, that bitch lying. He said, yeah, when I think about it, I believe. Yeah, the that $1.4 million offer, it don't sound too crazy no more now. And that's crazy coming from me, because I always be on this channel say I don't believe nothing these hoes say when it comes to these lawsuits. But when I analyze the situation, at first I came at the angle of, okay, the Joy Taylor thing is real. The Charlie Dixon thing might be real. The Skip Bayless one, I don't know about that one. But by the end of the lawsuit, I was like, you know what? I believe her. I was like, you know what? I believe her. Not only because of the details she provided with everybody else, but because of Skip Bayless, his character, and how even like, celebrities and athletes have said, nah, what you see on TV, that's really what Skip Bayless thinks in real life. He really believes the ish that he says. And I'm like, so if that's the case, because some of the stuff I've heard Skip Bayless say, I'll be like, wow. just some of the stuff I've heard him say, I used to be just in awe of the crazy stuff he would say. Like absolute nonsense things he would say. Like I'm talking about, I'm still in shock. Still in shock. I'll say like, oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think one of the craziest things I remember when Von Miller was a rookie for the Broncos, and in his attempt to belittle the Broncos defense and praise Tim Tebow because that was his favorite guy, he said, by the way, Von Miller, super massively overrated. I was like, what? I was a kid when I saw that. I was like, what? Mind you, Von Miller was putting up monster rookie numbers with one hand. He was playing with a club. He was playing with one hand, and he was a monster with one hand. One hand. I remember he said I remember he said Adrian Peterson is overrated. He said, Michael Irvin was the best wide receiver he's ever seen. Now I'm like, I know you're a Cowboys fan, but god damn, man, what are you talking about? Even Michael Irvin wouldn't say that shit. Oh man. Because I've seen Skip Bayless say some outrageous things, have like some of the most outrageous takes. So it wouldn't even behoove me if I found out for real he offered the bitch $1.4 million to smash. Young Doka says, because the guy who offered it was a game to him, but imagine a man who was desperate to get one over on his co-host Shannon and has thoughts to throw around. I can see it clear as day now. Exactly, because in Skip's case, it was just out of pure jealousy and just he was trying to get one over on Shannon Sharp, even though Shannon wasn't even feeling the bitch like that. But Shannon knew that Skip had a thing for the broad, and that Skip was jealous of Shannon, of his stature and his statue, like Skip would say about Scottie Pippen back in the day. Oh man. Yeah, Fred Taylor. That was his name. Yeah, Fred Taylor. He's on the Pivot podcast. Young Duka said, "Can I get a come on, Skip?" No, I'm telling. I've been watching Skip Bayless since I was a kid. Even though I haven't seen Skip Bayless ever since Shannon left Undisputed. But I remember Skip Bayless when he was on Cold Pizza, whatever, or when the First Take was called First and 10. I don't think people remember. Like First Take used to be called First and 10, and I remember Chris Broussard would be on the show back in the day. He's on First Things First right now. Chris Broussard has been around for a while, but yeah, I Skip Bayless has said some I'm talking about outrageous things, and it's not an act, guys. It's not an act. I even have inside information on that. It's not an act. He really believes the things that he say. He's insane. I used to think, yeah, like I believe this. I believe the LeBron hate is an act, but everything else, and I'm not saying he doesn't believe what he believes about LeBron. I just believe he knows that him talking about LeBron when he's on TV, it helps him make money, right? But I don't think he hates LeBron. That I don't agree with that. He's just using LeBron for he's talking he would talk down on LeBron's name just for clout. He was just doing that for traffic. But everything else that he says about everybody else, I think he really believes that. And I got inside information, like in terms of like he really believes what he believes. He's just you're just like, bruh. You know? I don't know. Skip Bayless has said some outrageous things, where I'm like, wow, this is I can't even be mad at him. Said 1992 movie Death becomes her good insight movie on ladies too. Death Becomes Her. That's another movie. Death Becomes Her. I probably would have to. You'd have to save that and write it down, because I do have a couple of shows and some movies that I want people to watch as well. Crazy thing is, I think Long Live the King says, crazy thing is, I think Joy Taylor just posted some vacation pics and women just completely ignoring the scandals and talking about how pretty she is. But to be fair, it's not the woman's fault, because the media swept that joint under the rug. They swept that story under the rug. I'm still shocked. Still shocked. It's a layup. I was watching Jason Whitlock the other day, and he explained it perfectly. He said, this is Fox. You would think all the other media, ESPN and all these liberal media outlets, would cover the story. It wasn't covered on CNN. It won't cover on it was not on MSNBC. They swept that story under. I don't know how they did that. I'm still shocked. You know who the only person that came close to mentioning it? And it's a guy that gets a lot of hate. Cam Newton. He's the only person that was brave enough to even mention it on TV. Because Cam Newton was defending Mark Andrews. Because remember when Mark Andrews had dropped the ball in the playoffs and Mark Andrews had skipped, the press conference afterwards because he didn't want to get grilled about it. And then Cam Newton, to Mark Andrews' defense, he said, I hope we keep that same energy, because there's a lot of people that are in trouble right now, are on different networks that have gotten accused of certain things, and they're not even being pulled to the carpet to answer to it. And when Cam Newton mentioned that, and then people were like, wait, be more. Molly was like, be more specific, and then Cam Newton's like, on FS1, there's something going on FS1 right now, and nobody wants to talk about it. And you know what Stephen A. Smith did? This whole ass nigga. He said, I don't. What are you talking about, Cam Newton? I have no idea what you're talking about. He said, I don't know where you're going with this. I was like, you bitch. I was like, every athlete has to answer to everything that they do, but you don't want to talk about the FS1 scandal. We talked about the Deshaun Watson scandal, and I'm not saying they talked about it in depth, but they mentioned it. Even with Shannon Sharp, he didn't go into it, but he mentioned it. Nobody mentioned it. Except for Cam Newton. Except for Cam Newton. And Cam Newton always gets all this hate for no reason. Young Doka said, it's basically all of these companies have at least 2 prominent girls who got hired and moved up the ladder the same exact way. Molly, for instance, is going to have to take a day off during that segment. Oh, yeah. And by the way, didn't Stephen A. Smith's girlfriend expose Molly and they swept that under the rug? They said that Molly tried to accuse Stephen A. Smith falsely. She got caught falsely accusing Stephen A. Smith, but then they wanted to sweep it under the rug. And that didn't make them. I'm like, oh, this is how this game works. That's why they swept it under the rug, because all the holes they got, like you said, they got 2 or 3 of them. They move up the ranks the exact same way. Man, it's just so it's hilarious though. It's crazy how this works. Oh man, I'm still shocked on how easily they swept that situation under the rug. And really, that act doesn't it confirms it. It confirms everything that we say, that there's certain girls that you see in the media, they slept their way there. Oh yeah, by the way, I hope people saw my last live stream when I responded to the chick that tried to say she tried to say that I said that beautiful women can't be journalists. No, I said bitches like Joy Taylor and Taylor Rooks, they're not real journalists. Taylor Rooks, I'm sorry, she's on my suspect list now. I've been giving Taylor Rooks a pass for so long on this channel, but the stuff that hairdresser accused Joy Taylor of, and like I said, because Taylor Rooks and Joy Taylor, they're friends, they do a podcast together. Hey man, look, hoes of a feather flock together, man. That's what I say. Taylor probably gets down that exact same way. Now, she's probably not as sinister with it with Joy Taylor, because Joy Taylor, she was targeting like she was specifically targeting marks with clout. Like she was specifically sleeping with marks with clout so she can, you know what I mean? Like she was doing it like in a real sinister, evil type way. But with Taylor Rooks, I think she's just trying to get chose by an athlete, but which I don't really find anything wrong with that. But at the same time, I don't consider Taylor Rooks a journalist. And mind you, the lady that made the video on me, without mentioning my name, but she doesn't understand the reason why I even said I mentioned Taylor Rooks in the first place, because people were trying to give Kayla Nicole, Travis Kelce's ex, a pass for celebrating the Eagles Super Bowl win. And they were saying she was a journalist. She was there on assignment. I'm like, this bitch is celebrating with the Eagles fan like she an Eagles fan. When the actuality was she was just trying to rub it in because Travis Kelce, her ex, lost. So that was her way of rubbing it in. She's a journalist. And I'm like, these bitches ain't journalists. They're hoes. That's what I said. Most of the female journalists are clout chasers. Most of today's journalists are clout chasers in general, men or female, but especially the women. Please, what female? The real female journalists be getting murked. Like I even finna hold you. Like the actual female journalists that be doing their job, because like a female can get some real information because men will allow a woman in their space because they're a woman. So women can actually get some real like serious information out of a man. So the actual female journalists that put in work, they be getting murked. Imagine I'm trying to wonder, like, how many female journalists got murked with the the Jeffrey E situation. Because to get a story to pass like that took years of investigative work, I'm talking about years, probably decades. He said, did Taylor Rooks ever respond about the Joy Taylor? No, she didn't. Nobody responded. Nobody's talking about the Joy Taylor situation but us and Jason Whitlock and like the internet sports shows. Even I don't even think Pat McAfee talked about it. And then Shannon Sharp said, I'm not talking about it because I that had nothing to do with me. That's the most that he said about the situation. But it seems like people in that industry, they understand how the females, how they roll. That's what I got from that situation. So now I'm sorry, any woman that I see in those positions now, it's not even unfair. You can't even say it's unfair anymore to assume that she fucked somebody. Even though it's the entertainment industry, and we already know how that works, but it's clear. Yep, they just kept pushing on with their podcast. Yep, exactly. Yep, they still drop podcasts. They just act like nothing happened. If you watch the show, the TV show that Emmanuel Acho's on, they don't even address it. Emmanuel Acho didn't. They just don't. Nobody addressed it. I'm talking about anybody that was involved. Nobody addressed it. Nobody at all. Even like I'm talking about, like, say, since Emmanuel Acho was in the lawsuit, but not as a co-conspirator, but like he was just in there, right? So he does a show with like four other dudes on the channel. Even those guys, they on their separate podcast, they didn't talk about it. They just swept it under the rug, man. Like, look, I just don't like how they swept that under the rug, because basically if any other athlete had some kind of scandal similar to that, they would have to address it. They would have to mention it. So I hope that the next time an athlete gets involved with a he said, she said incident, hopefully they show the same discretion like they did with their own situation, because that's unbelievable to me. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Damn, my text messages is blown up. Anyway. Anywho, man. But yeah, I really want to do a real RP Bible study, but with like our own scriptures, right? But not the actual, Bible, but where I'm giving you people like actual it's like a study guide for life. A lot of these episodes, right? Let me see. Let me show another. And I've showed this channel many times on this platform. Let's see. So what show? Everything that you see from the manosphere, I don't think people understand. I used to see, dude, on the Zowat show, people don't understand. I used to see Kevin Samuels in these the comment section, the live chats. I used to see Anthony what's his name? ABL. I used to see ABL. I showed you the comment section from Zowat shows from 10 years ago with Anthony Brian Logan in the comment section. I show all these guys used to watch the Zowat show, or they would make a cameo on the Zowat show. A lot of these talking points, I've seen women and men steal a lot of these the talking points, right? Because a lot of his philosophy is, when we talk about relationships, he would say that relationships are like a mirror, and he would quote Krishnamurti. I don't know who that philosopher he would quote Krishnamurti. I can't. I don't know what his name is. This Indian philosopher, whatever, right? And he would quote this guy all the time, the same way that I quote Corey Holcomb, right? The same way like a Muslim would quote Elijah Muhammad. That's how much he would like quote Krishnamurti. I think that's his name, right? A lot of your favorite manosphere podcasters stole a lot of concepts from this show. I'm telling you guys this right now. I used to if you look at even my old 2022 videos, I used to say the same thing. I used to be like, yo, watch the Zowat show. A lot of these guys stole their concepts. A lot of their talking points came from the Zowat show. And I always recommend people watch the shows before the year 2020. Because then that's when you start seeing all these quote unquote recycled talking points, where everything that they would talk about before the 2020, it ended up happening. Like I remember Riza Islam was on the Zowat show, and he was talking about, look, there's going to be a time. He said this in 2018. He said there's going to be a time where they're going to force a lot of people to have a vaccination card and stuff like that. And I remember Riza Islam talking, yeah, this is good information. He said, these are the forms that you could use so you can get out of this, because there's going to be a time it's going to happen. Lo and behold, 2 years later, boom. You know what I mean? So, shows like this, the Zowat show was very, very, very influential in the Black manosphere specifically. I'll say a lot of your favorite Black manosphere people stole a lot of Zowat's talking points. Now, Zowat wouldn't look at, he doesn't see himself as manosphere at all. He would like, if you asked him, are you part of the manosphere? He'll be like, what is that? Right? A lot of your favorite people. I used to see a lot like I'm seeing like certain people that blow up now, and I remember seeing these people like in the comment sections, in the live chats. A lot of your favorite people stole from Tommy Sotomayor, another OG. And those guys wouldn't really call themselves manosphere this or RP that. They were just their own entity. Okay, long live the king. So there's a lot of videos off that channel, which helped me tremendously. Specifically the ones where Corey Holcomb would be, guest starring in those shows. Those were awesome episodes. Oh, Henoch, I don't know if you're still in the chat. Tariq Nasheed is in a lot of those episodes where he was on a whole different type of tip. Yeah, he was always on that pro-Black tip, but he used to hold hoes accountable. That like a lot of people, they know a lot of the online personalities that you see, they used to be a lot different back in the day. A lot different. Very, very, very different. No, and no disrespect to like the Kevin Samuels or those people of alike, but these people were different back then. All right. Oh, hold on. Long Live the King said, I recently saw something 2 days ago saying Rooks is dating Kevin Durant. Could be false, though. Might want to Google it. Well, she probably got smashed by Kevin Durant, but I don't know if she's officially dating Kevin Durant. I don't know. But Rooks, she's looking for an athlete. By the way, I don't know if you saw that Steve Smith story, the former Panthers and Ravens wide receiver. He got caught with there was a dude that had a wife that was on the Raven staff that got caught with Steve Smith. I still don't understand why dudes still date women like this that be working around athletes. There's no way they're around these. Please. I would even wife up a broad that worked as a gym floor cleaner for like an NBA court. I would even date a woman like that. Please. He said if Kate Abdo got caught doing anything similar to Joy, you know Big Meeks would be clowning her all day. Facts. And if people don't know, those are the people that are on CBS. They cover the Champions League. Like if Kate Abdo got caught with Thierry Henry, they'll be making all types of like little innuendos and jokes. Remember Carragher almost got in trouble with Kate because he was trying to hint that Kate Abdo had a thing for Thierry Henry. Carragher said, "You're not faithful" on live TV. I was laughing. He said, "You're not faithful." Carragher almost got in trouble for that. Yeah, Kate Abdo would have gotten roasted. By the way, I'll say this about Kate. She's actually good for what she does. She's actually decent. I'll give her her props. She can hang a little bit. She can hang. She's not a type to get like offended at some sexual innuendo jokes and stuff like that. They be sitting there, they just be clowning. I actually, she's decent. She's all right. I don't mind her that much. She like you can actually listen to her talk and she can actually like, you know what I mean, give questions and stuff like that. And by the way, she's like, I think she's like married to a hood ninja, if I'm not mistaken. Like recently just got married to a hood ninja. Let me see. Long Live the King said, crazy. They just acting like nothing happened. Yep. They just business as usual on FS1. Nobody talked about it. They just didn't even address it. No apologies. No, don't believe anything you see on the media. None of that. You're just like, wow. I'm like, they just get to do that? I didn't know you could just not answer them. I said the athletes should do a protest on Super Bowl Media Week just to prove a point, like Marshawn Lynch style. You know what I mean? They really should do that just out of protest, because I don't like how the FS1 people just get to move on like act like nothing happened. But every other athlete, they'll be grilling him. If an athlete gets he plays video games too much, he's got to answer to it at a press conference the next day. Kyler Murray, right? So there's a non-video game playing in your contract. Is this true? What? I got to talk about what's on my contract to the normies? Please. Young Lucas said, facts. Kate is the only female sports host who is worth listening to and not just looking at. And she probably slept her way to where she needs to be, but she's been doing this for a minute. But she's actually good at what she does. She's actually decent at what she does. I'll give her props. She's actually like, I don't look at her and be like, oh, whatever. You know what I mean? Because you'll see like most female sports moderators. You're just like, oh, here we go. But she actually has something to say. She plays a role. She has great TV chemistry with Henry, Carragher, and Micah Richards. Like they actually have great on-screen chemistry. It works. You know what I mean? It's a it works, man. It works. Like they be having me laugh. They be having, and that includes Kate. That includes Kate. Like she does a good job. She does a good job. I gotta give her props. Long Live the King said, "Yep, fellas texting me the Smith story. Yeah, there's no way. I would never date a woman that work with professional athletes. Please, absolutely not." Pyro says, "If they say I play video games too much, I would tell them about their mother. But then you'd get fined. If Kyler Murray told them to F off, he'd get fined." Young Doka says they got chemistry like the TNT guys, but low key even better. I'll say, yeah, they're up there. They're good. They're good. Because usually I don't even like listening to the commentary. You know what I mean? When it comes to soccer, because I just don't like what they have to say. But I think they have the perfect mix of guys up there, right? So you got Kate Abado, who's pretty fair to be quite honest when it comes to she don't be like judging like the soccer player. She just be she basically makes jokes at Michael Richards, Thierry Henry, and Carragher's expense. So she just keeps it with the people on TV, which I like. Then you got Thierry Henry, right, who's a legend, probably the greatest Premier League player of all time, one of the greatest French footballers of all time. Then you have Carragher and Michael Richards. Now, Carragher is kind of a legend in his own right, even though he's only a legend because he's Steven Gerrard's friend, really. And then Michael Richards, who's a former Manchester City player, who, yeah, he's biased for Manchester City, but it's different. It's at least it's not he's a former Man U player where like I've seen Michael Richards actually stick up for Man U players, even though he's a former Manchester City player. So it's not that the bias isn't really like bad. So you got a Scouser, and then you have a Michael Richards who's all jokes, who loves to smile, and you have the clear cut best footballer on the panel, which is Thierry Henry, and then mixed with Kate Abado, who just keeps things even. I love it. I love it, man. I love it. Pyro said I would pay the fine. you I remember they said like Marshawn Lynch had to actually pay a fine for not speaking to the media. I was like, oh, come on. Marshawn Lynch, he almost won the battle with the media. He almost won. He was the only person close. He's the only person that was close. They punished him in another way, but Marshawn Lynch will always have the respect of the people because they try to make him a villain, but people are like, wait, so you're saying he's bad because he doesn't want to talk to the media? And people are like, so what's the problem? Even the Patriots fans thought Marshawn Lynch was funny. I'm like, what, you gonna say he's a thug or something because he doesn't want to speak? So Richard Sherman speaks, you have a problem. Marshawn Lynch doesn't speak, you have a problem. What's going on? Like Marshawn Lynch almost won that battle with the media. He almost won it, man. And technically he did, but it's just he had to sacrifice a Super Bowl ring to win that battle. So I don't know if that's really a win, you know. But I really thought the players at the Super Bowl media week, they should have protested the media because all these athletes, they always have to answer for everything. But you have these grown adults, these dudes in their late 30s, mid 40s, early late 40s, and they're doing nonsense and they don't even have to answer to it. Man, I don't like that. I'd have broke protocol. I'd have been like, yo, y'all saw what happened with FS1, right? The only thing is the player that would open up those can of worms, that means they would be on my ass if I did something like that. Like basically anything I do wrong in my life personally, they would be on my ass if I did that. But that rubbed me the wrong way. That really rubbed me the wrong way. Well, in my heart, he won that battle. Yeah, Marshawn Lynch is a boss, man. He's I respect the hell out of Marshawn Lynch, man. he will have the people's heart. Like the people fuck with Marshawn Lynch, man. People fuck with Marshawn. But yeah, man. But yeah, what's it? Kate Abdo, Thierry Henry, and Mike Richards and Jamie Carragher. That's a great combination. I don't know who came up with it, but it works. Because they be actually saying some funny things. And they be always having Michael Richards dying laughing. I love it. I love it, man. I love it. Oh man. But yeah, when it comes obviously to sum it up with Ashley St. Clair, my thing is with her. I don't know if those text messages of him declaring parentage, if those text messages prove that he declares parentage. And if it just takes that little for her to be able to gain sole custody, we're in trouble. Even if say if she did what I said in the beginning, where I thought she was doing a double jeopardy where if he demands a paternity test, if he's not the father, he's scot free. But if he's found the father, then that means she wins full sole custody. That I'm scared of that. That is a double jeopardy I don't want, because that's a terrible precedent that's being set. But yeah, my next live stream is definitely not tomorrow, because I got something tomorrow, but I do maybe it might not even be a live stream, it might be a video in terms of the episodes people need to watch. You know what I mean? It needs to be like these are the episodes people need to watch. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, yep, that is true. So he said they will start. Truth Hunter says they will start faking text messages more if that happens. So never leave your phone. Remember, there was a guy. It's a young black kid, right? It was a young black girl. She did a whole fake text message thread to defame a guy to say that he gave her HIV. And that whole thing was fake. He never even had HIV. He had to come, like she put his his address, his social media, his job, and he's like, yo, I don't even have HIV. What's going on? This bitch, I'm talking about she faked the whole text thread saying that he apologized for giving her HIV. I'm like, what twisted individual you gotta be to create a fake phone number, right? To create a fake text message back and forth between you and the fake phone number to defame a guy because he broke up with you. That's I'm like, that's just evil. Just pure evil. I never did the show on that topic. This happened in like the summer of last year. In 2024, I was appalled at that story. I was like, you went through all of that? That for me, I'm like, that's, even if you're an evil person, that just looks like too much work to do all that. Yeah, all these bras that swear they got options, but then they're gonna do that to that one person that decides to break up with them. What kind of evil, twisted person you gotta be to make up something like that somebody gave you HIV? What to make a whole fake text thread? You come up with the conversation yourself. This is evil. Absolute evil. But these women are doing stuff like that nowadays with these fake text messages and all this stuff. And maybe it's not even outside the realm of possibility, because the way she took the pictures of her text messages, I'm kind of wary of even those. I'm like, are those? Now that I'm mentioning that story, are those messages that Ashley St. Clair is submitting to the court, are they even real? Because a lot of those text messages, they weren't even screenshotted. She took a picture of it from another phone. So shouldn't she only be showing screenshots only? That's also very suspicious, man. But it could fly. It could fly. We could definitely see, like I said, we're gonna see a lot more of these things in the future. Fake text messages, fake accusations, false accusations. You know, this is evil, man. This is evil. And like I said, there's no conservative women are not really conservative. They're not. Like, an actual conservative woman is not really bragging about it. They're just doing it, and they're not calling themselves conservative. They're just who they are. And a lot of these women that are trying to return back to quote unquote tradition, they just don't want to work. That's really what it is. Let's keep it a buck. They just don't want to work. They don't want to work as hard anymore. In this economy, it's all hands on deck, unfortunately, especially if you want to live in America. It's really all hands on deck. It's just these hoes don't really want to work. They think being a traditional mom is just staying home, baking cookies and cooking. And like, bruh. You saw that tweet from Ashley St. Clair. I just want a farm and 2 kids and a husband. She has no idea how a farm works. What is it with these bitches talking about? I just want a farm, and they have no idea, especially those Caucasian bitches or like women that grew up in the suburbs. They have no idea what a farm is, dog. Like, a farm is literally all hands on deck. It's like, and I'm talking about you waking up 4 a.m., 5 a.m. every day. Every day. You waking up 5 a.m., 4 a.m. every day. Like, farmers will have like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids on purpose because it's more hands on deck. It's a family affair. People understand? People even do hoes like that even understand how a farm, how much work goes into that, how much a tractor is? Oh my God. I'm sitting there, and mind you, I'm not no manual labor type of dude either. Like, I'm one of those like dudes where I'm not a manual labor dude too, but I know these things. So I'm really like worried. Like, that's why I say those women that are saying, "Oh, I'm traditional," those are the ones you definitely have to stay away from the most, because they're just trying not to work. That's what it is. That's really what it is. They just don't want to work. They don't want to work. Talking about a farm. I just want a farm and a husband and 2 kids. What the fuck is she talking about? How I'm sitting there. First of all, a woman like Ashley St. Clair, because this is not the first woman that said something like this. I've showed a female comedian saying the same thing, right? Is a woman like Ashley St. Clair, would she even be friends with a woman that worked on a farm? Like, would she even know somebody, like a woman that has that situation? Does she even know people like that? Looks fading and they don't want to work. Facts. Now, if you ask them, if you had asked them when they were in their early 20s what they want, they would tell you, "Oh, I'm about to rule the world. I'm about to work. I'm gonna be a CEO. I'm gonna be a boss, baby. I'm gonna be making money, blah blah blah," talking all that ish. I got options. I can date who I want, blah blah. But then once they hit 26, 27, that burnout start hitting them, and they realize, "Oh shoot, I can't." Even if they become successful, they start realizing, "I can't keep doing this." Remember when Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, they had like a show, they did a TV show together, and they were talking about the price of winning a lot, right? And he was saying that like once you climb the mountain, especially in in NFL football, you climb the mountaintop and you reach the mountaintop, you become the mountain. So now people are trying to climb you. So not only do you have to climb to get they're trying to climb you. You're the standard. So every time they face the Patriots or every time they face the Chiefs, etc., right? It's their Super Bowl. Everybody's bringing their best against you, right? So I mentioned that to say, even once you become successful, that's only the beginning. That's just the beginning of it. That's the worst time to get a big head, or you're gonna fall off precipitously. Once you finally start winning, that's why most men, they understand. Okay, I'm starting to win. I'm finding a stride. Let me just go in at it. Let me keep going at it. I'm finally hitting my stride. But women just think I'm just gonna reach this goal and then everything's fine after that. No, that's not how life works. Yep, Pyro said farming takes a lot of work, and it's even harder when you got livestock to take care of. Like, listen, my parents, right? They didn't necessarily have a farm, but when you're living in a different country, you got chickens, you got your goats, and all this stuff. Like this stuff takes a lot. It takes a lot out of you, man. Like the responsibilities that you have, taking care of the cows and stuff. Like I remember even seeing something like where the horses, their hooves need to be manicured. Somebody got to do. I'm like, damn, that's a lot of duties. Like I said, you waking up every day 4 a.m. So a lot of times before the rooster is crowing. Every day you got to do this. Every day you got to do this. And if you're like you have your own farm and stuff like that, that's not there's benefits to that, obviously, but do you know the work you have to do? Like there's obviously benefits to right being rich, but the work you have to do, it's but women think that, okay, I become CEO or I accomplish this and then I'm good after that. No, it's you winning, quote unquote. That's just one. The scoreboard never ends. The scoreboard never ends. This is why, like, even back in the day, like, I remember there'll be women back in the day that would be high achieving women, but they would tell women back in the like, look, yeah, you can probably do this, but you probably can't, like, you're gonna have to choose one or the other. You're gonna have either a family or you're gonna want to be successful. You can't have both, right? And I remember women would, like, high achieving women from back then, they would say stuff like that. It's not easy, man. And then especially you talking about a farm. She thinks she's just gonna be in there. Okay, I have my two kids, that's it. And then she's just gonna be up in there just baking cookies and whatnot. Like she sees those quote unquote trad wives do on TikTok. Doing recipes and stuff. They don't even understand, even the traditional quote unquote wives from back in the day, they were doing more than just cooking and stuff. First of all the cooking was manual, so they didn't have no deep fryers and all this stuff. They had to do everything from scratch. And then on top of that, they had to clean the house from scratch. And then on top of that, they had to make sure the kids' schedule was straight. They didn't have no phones and all this stuff. They had to make sure they were good with all that. And then a lot of them would have a job out, but it would be a part-time job to help supplement the house, the income. And the money that they would make, it would be for the family, not for themselves. So even if you were a nurse back then helping the family out, that money was not for her, it was for the family. But like I said, these new trad thoughts, they just don't want to work. They just straight up don't want to work. They see like those quote unquote trad girls on TikTok baking cookies while the guy is making like 500K, 600K a year, and she doesn't even have to do anything in the house. That's what they think being a trad wife is. These hoes, man. But anyway, let me see. Said Truth Hunter says, and work ladies, they're now fully living to their full abilities too, since the majority of them hate overtime. Yep. No overtime. They don't want to do overtime. Yeah, majority of those women don't do overtime, but they're talking about gender pay gap. And you're just like, there's still women that still talk about this, the gender pay gap, even though it's been debunked so many times. They're still pushing that because they know how propaganda works. They know that as long as I keep saying that there's a gender pay gap, there's a gender pay gap. Oh, the Mia Khalifa example I forgot to finish, right? With Mia Khalifa. What I was about to say at the end, I remember my cousin, he was going to do a story, and then I had brought up Mia Khalifa, and he's like, oh yeah, isn't that the girl that didn't get paid? I'm like, what do you mean she didn't get paid? She said she didn't get, no, she got paid. She was lying. But like I said, my cousin, he didn't know, but just off of her word, because she keeps saying it. Because everybody's not going to just say, yo, you a lying bitch. Stop saying that. A lot of people just let her run with it. Oh yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to get the hoes. They don't realize that one line of income is not going to be enough to live by yourself. They don't get it. And so then to get out of that bad decision, to get out of the debt that they accumulated, I want a farm and a husband and 2 kids and a man that knows how to be a real man. All this. That's how it usually goes. But yeah, it's 12 o'clock. I gotta go. It's 12 o'clock. I gotta go. Guys, wish me luck. I have a important show tomorrow. Wish me luck. But thank you guys for tuning in. Ashley St. Clair, come on now. But we already knew what was gonna happen. But yeah, thank you guys, Warband members, the usual suspects, everybody else. Thank you for tuning in. I gotta say a GG, right? And all that. GGs. What those streamers, those Twitch streamers be saying. But anyways, what? Yeah, Pyro, we'll talk soon. We already know. But what video should I out it with? Let's see what I should do here. Oh yeah, we'll end it with Corey Holcomb. Another reminder. Just a reminder. We'll give the normies a reminder. Oh man, peace out, guys.
Exactly. I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care for that.
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you had. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.